A good morning to you. Welcome to match day number 6 of the Great Lakes Men's T20 tournament. In this morning clash, the Victoria Strikers are playing against Mburo Blasters, and my colleague Mike Ondiko was at the wicket conducting the toss. Let us see what came of the toss and how the direction of the game will be. That was it from the center. The Mburo Blasters won the toss and elected to bowl first. The Mburo Blasters, coming off the back of a win against Bunyonyi Warriors yesterday, and the Victoria Strikers, who are at the bottom of the table, coming off the back of a loss to Choga Avengers, will be batting first this morning. My name is Naomi Kayondo Bagenda, and I will be in the commentary box with Michael Grace Ndiko. Starting it off with the team sheets for the Victoria Strikers. The playing 11 are Simon Sesazi, Perry Wazombe, Kenneth Waiswa, Kidega Christopher, Robert Ajuna, Pius Oloka, who was the captain at the toss, Matthew Musinguzi, Jaffa Ochaya, Mukisa Eric, Jonathan Kiza, and Hakuzie Yaremia Theoneste. And for the Mburo Blasters, Fahad Mutagana, Charles Musemeza. Charles is the wicket keeper. Fahad is the captain. Brian Asaba, Stephen Wabose, Yashvi Joshi, Edwin Nuwagaba, Bilal Hassan, Sowobi Yunus, Innocent Mwebaze, Hamid Munigwa, and Hariom Dudha Regia. Those will be the playing 11s this morning. And at the wicket, the two umpires are Nobata B and Sharon Athwola. Michael Grace Ndiko, good morning, and how are you this morning?
Good morning, Naomi. I'm very fine. How are you?
I am fantastic this morning. Very excited about the weather because it does pose for a good day of cricket. Seeing the sun that is out very well, I think that both teams, even the afternoon game, should be a good one. So there'll be good cricket this morning.
I agree. Good to see Simon Sesazi today. Interesting little minor details about cricket and batting, especially. But just looking at the way he was walking, his whole demeanor, the way he's gotten ready, that little warm up you can see him making. Looks like today will be a good day for Simon. Of course, we can only hope and wish him all the best, because he's yet to really put up his hand in this particular Great Lakes Men's T20. Of course, Hassan Bilal, if he has his way, will not want to know anything about that. But Perry Wazombe as well, an interesting, emphatic batter in his mold.
Starting off the proceedings is Bilal Hassal straying with that fast delivery. Not a way to start, but 20 overs is quite a long time. I'm sure he might have been just checking Charles's foot movement, and indeed Charles confirms that all is good to go.
I can see you're very positive indeed. And thankfully, it wasn't adjudged as wide. I think it touched some part of Simon Sesazi's gear. I tell you, that is the Simon I seem to pick up on this morning. The body language, the expression, very wonderful drive all through. Straight as a fiddle. Good boundary shot there, sizing it up early, making sure a full extension of the arms, sends it back to the screen. And what a way to start his dugout applauds.
A good response there by Simon after that, that quick delivery from Bilal Hassan. Just early days, just the third ball of the innings. I think Simon is not in a hurry, but I think he builds his confidence from that great batting display that he put up in India while the cricket cranes were in India. He had some good knocks, and I think that as a bat who goes through a couple of phases, your confidence continues to build when you continue to score the runs for your team.
Absolutely. But in particular, if you notice, just the way he's middling that ball, it's not uppish, it's not in the air. They are sure, formidable drives from Simon Sesaz at the moment. And that is what is impressive about him this morning. He seems to have woken up on the right side of his bed.
Simon knocks that away in that fine leg region. That shot that any left-hander will comfortably play. As long as Bilal dropped it on his body side, it's very easy for the left-handers to knock that one away. And indeed, Simon has done exactly that. And Simon continues to pound that ball heavily as that short pitch delivery is dismissed with confidence, with power. And of course, he makes a statement.
Picked it up early, sighted it, and made up his mind. He will send it through the mid-wicket region. Full extension of the arms. Great shot.
Closing off the first one, The Victoria strikers are 10 for naught. Coming in from the Shell End side is Soobe Yunus. He'll be looking to ensure that that first over from his side does not consider as many as the first over from the Ginger Road end was, conceding 10. So he looked to try and minimize and I think build a bowling partnership with Bilal to ensure that they can keep the victorious strikers below a certain target.
An interesting partnership here also is Periwa Zombe with Simon Sesazi. Looks like that over was for Simon Sesazi. Now it's the opportunity for Periwa Zombe, another exciting young man when he gets into his mold as a batter.
Starts that off with a short delivery. Yunus very guilty, and Perry much obliges to cut that and allowing them to take a quick two because there's a small misfield there. And with the reaction of these players, the brand and the athleticism of the players here, a second one was definitely not questionable. Pitch shot, attempting to send a message, but Perry Wazomba is also a tall young man, so he rises with that bounce, only to put it here at the short cover region, not tanking any single.
It's interesting to see how he's so emphatic that he wants to attack. Even with that shimmy down the track, literally running down the track, he still made sure he gets bat on ball in a rather unorthodox way. But the message is sent indeed earlier on that he's there to attack and he's going to be very positive. And as a result, already some changes are being effected as a long on will have to come in. Fad Mutagana, captain of the day, will come into the 30 yard as Bilal goes to down in third man.
Swing and a miss. Short pitch delivery there, but also Perry attempting to play it while he is not having that much of a stable base.
Yeah, it's clear he's a bit too eager to score. You just hope that he doesn't force things or trying to force the issue. But the good thing about that field set change is that now the bowler can bowl his good length and third man will cover him.
That one going wide. Yunus strays. But Perry Wazombe still very eager to score. Not yet in his comfort zone. Michael, you know, as batters, you need to first get into your comfort zone. Maybe a boundary, maybe a solid knock on that ball for you to build your confidence. So I think that Perry is still struggling to get going. But he says, well, I'm already in my mold as he takes on Yunus. Shimmy down the track there for a good, quick boundary.
Picks up early on the length, gets it from outside of stump, and is seemingly now toying with the field because that field set change had long on coming back into the 30 yard, and rather that's exactly the spot that is opening up for his boundary. And that means that suddenly there will now be need for another change again, as Longon will take back his position while third man comes in. I tell you, Periwazombe is always a busy customer.
Yunus not certain about where to deliver that one because he has just been put away for 4 runs and he sways wide again. Sharon Athwala, the umpire, does judge that wide. Michael Sharon Athwala has built her craft in umpiring, has gone on to build her experience, and it's nice to see her umpire these games, even at the recent ICC Under 19 Division 2 qualifier that Uganda hosted. We saw Sharon Athwala umpiring in those games.
Indeed, such an amazing young lady, going about her particular choice of contribution to the sport of cricket in terms of officiating the games.
Much fuller delivery this time. And Perry plays that on that back foot with not much of the desire to get a single. Maybe to play it safer and see of Yunus towards the end of his first over. Short pitch delivery. Steaming in very fast is Yunus Sobi. And he ends up that second over. The Victoria Strikers are 18 for naught. Bilal Hassan back into that bowling attack, delivering his over to the left-hander in Simon Sesazi. These two have played against each other and with each other for some time. These two have represented Uganda on the cricket cranes that played at the T20 Cricket World Cup in West Indies. So they continue to improve their trade, but also what a tournament like this does is gives each of the players an opportunity to try and do better, despite the fact that they are playing against each other. They train quite a lot together and things of the sort, Michael.
Yeah, indeed, the matchups are amazing because Bilal Hassan always bowling to Simon Cesars in practice, in trial games, in different contexts, but also being a teammate. They tend to know each other. They tend to appreciate each other's game. And that's why at the end of the day, whoever is able to get the little margin of advantage over the other will take the day. So far, Simon in the first over had a bit of a good hand up. This is the next over. This next over now is an opportunity for Bilal Hassan to come back strong. He never wants to be hit for runs. So he feels like 10 runs in one over is too much to him. And that is indeed going to be something he's going to look to iron out, especially now that he has an opportunity to bowl to Perry Wazombe, it will be much easier because we've seen Bilal Hassan able even to swing that ball in the first couple of overs within a T20 match. That seems to be what he's going to go and impact on Perry trying to pick up that wicket.
Short delivery, and Perry Wazombe does oblige because he hits that for 4 through the mid-wicket region.
Indeed, picking up early on the length, Perry Wazombe gets his full bat swing through that shot, sends it through that region. Why? Because he already was in position with a good stable base, and that's very good to see from the top order bat.
Michael, looking at that field setup, there is a deep square and third man. But looking at Perry's batting options, feel that maybe the deep square leg could be moved to the cow corner region to avoid some boundaries, maybe.
That's interesting indeed. The previous shot indeed went through the mid-wicket region, sort of towards cow corner. But I think Bilal Hassan is trusting his skill set and his consistency that he'll be able to either bounce that ball and bring square leg into play, as well as third man. Probably that is his approach because he has opted not to go for long on, long off. That means he's not going to try and pitch up that ball for Perry Wazombe to drive him through back.
Fuller delivery, and I think that gets a better result for Bilal Hassan as they are able to take just a single, closing off the third over. The Victoria Strikers are 24 for naught. Back from the shell end side is Yunus Sowobi, and Perry strikes that through the mid-wicket region, and a misfield. Shot number 5, Edwin Nwagaba, does let that go through his hands for 4 runs. Very disappointing.
Yeah, the challenge is just took his eyes off the ball at the last moment because it felt like a routine fielding drill. And unfortunately, it's a boundary.
Of course, the positive is for Perry, who is already riding at 15 runs off just 11 balls. Still very eager to go hard and hard. Every short delivery, he's swinging at it. But Michael, what do you think is the mindset of the Victoria Strikers batters, seeing that they are at the bottom of the table, but they still have games to play? This is just match day number 6. What do you think is in their mindset right now as they approach this game?
Good one indeed. And I'll just be getting back to that after this ball. Yeah, looking at the approach and even a little discussion we had yesterday with the captain of Victoria Strikers, Kenneth Wise, so today letting his prodigy in Paya Soloka to be the captain of the day. What Kenneth was speaking about is, yes, they got a win on Monday, but they will look to try and bounce back today onwards into the rest of the tournament. So the mindset must be a very positive one, and an approach of saying these guys can be equal to us. We just need to apply ourselves, fine-tune our skills, and have the right demeanor. And that seems to translate already in this opening partnership. Both Simon Cesars and Perry Wazombe are looking very positive, and they are looking to dominate the bowlers through striking of the ball earlier on and trying to take advantage of the power play.
Yunus steaming in hard, and the comfortable Simon Cesars just cuts that away for the single.
Specifically, what Captain Kenneth Weiss said is that they are going to look to hit the power plays better. They are going to perform better in the power plays and try to get in the regions of 50 to 60 runs in a power play. And they are definitely right on course. So speaking about mindset and game plans, this is right within the game plan of the Victoria Strikers.
Perry goes big with that delivery in that square leg region and deep square leg, and this time Edwin Nwagaba comfortably takes that catch. Off the free hit, the beauty is that it was a free hit, so Perry Wazombe will still be in to keep going.
Very well recovered there, because he knows he has to hand it in very fast to avoid further runs being made. Edwin Nwagaba. I tell you, this setup, the two batters in the middle, Simon Sesazi and Perry Wazombe, are ultimately positive. I've not seen this from them in a long while.
Positivity is what we continue to see here. Perry is definitely continuing to accelerate. My challenge is that he's stepping out a bit too early, trying to get to the ball too early, and yet some of these are short pitch deliveries. But well, at the end of the day, it is runs that the Victoria Strikers need. He does that again this time, and it goes aerial, it goes big, it goes miles, and it goes for the maximum. So Obi Yunus put away for those 6 runs. Closing off the 4th over, the Victoria Strikers are 39 for naught. A bowling change from the Ginger Road end is Joshi Yashvi, the off spinner, interestingly bowling to Simon Sesazi. A good matchup, but Simon doesn't hold long as he picks his single off that ball. So Joshi will have to bowl to the right-hander in Perry Wazombe.
Yeah, and it's during power play, so he will be allowed only 2 fielders, protection out on the boundary. However, Perry Wazombe, probably showing so much eagerness to score early, may just find himself in trouble if he is not able to control his appetite for runs.
And Joshi picks his first. Perry Wazombe, the guilty party, as he attempts to strike that one on the leg side. But it hits the pads. And the Mburo Blasters finally pick the first wicket of the Victoria Strikers.
That was just coming back into him. But Perry Wazombe going down on one knee so early, right in front of the stumps, and he's adjudged to be LBW by Mr. Nobi, Abi Nobat. He's having that lonesome walk back to the dugout. It's never an easy experience, especially as an opening batter. But that will definitely bring in the captain of the side, not the captain of the day, but Kenneth Waiso will come in at one down to continue the story they are trying to craft of hitting the power play effectively. They already had 40 in 40.3. I beg your pardon. They already had 40 runs in 4.3 overs. 1 wicket lost. It will remain to be seen whether Kenneth Waiso will pick up from where Perry Wazombe was approaching the game, being very positive and too eager to score, or they will try to rebuild a little bit of repair in this period. But remember, it's still the power play. Just 1.3 overs left in the power play.
And the captain gets out of the blocks. Oh, on a golden duck, because Innocent Mwebaza takes that catch. What a strike. Waiswa goes big, but the patient, innocently waiting, Innocent takes that catch on the boundary rope, just a few feet away from the...
Sighted Italian, wanted to go for glory first off. And it's a very well executed catch indeed. Right next to the ropes. Kenneth Waiswa wanting to continue off at the very point that Perry Wazombe left off by going for a maximum. At the end of the day, it doesn't trouble the scorers at all. And it means that Yashvi Joshi will be the breakthrough man, already picking up a couple of wickets in this power play period. And his teammates will be so glad with his contribution already into the game. And that is the Victoria Strikers dugout. A little bit bewildered because they're wondering whether the wheels are just getting off, whether the train will remain on the rails, or they need to adjust the game plan. Meanwhile, it is Christopher Kidega to continue the quest for a bigger power play.
Joshi delivers that one into Christopher's feet. And with the loss of those 2 wickets, Kidega must play a role of steadying the Victoria Strikers' ship. And he responds that way, closing off the 5th over. The Victoria Strikers are 40 for the loss of 2 wickets. That mid-wicket conference for the Victoria Strikers batters must be a complicated one because the Victoria Strikers have lost 2 wickets, top order wickets, for just 1 run. They ended off the 4th over with 39 runs and for no wicket lost, and closed off the 5th over with 40 for loss of 2 wickets. Not a good frame there for them, but Christopher Kidega knows that he has that responsibility of steadying the ship alongside Simon Sesazi. Christopher Kidega out of the blocks with that one, played very confidently to that mid-off region, allowing him to pick that first single and enabling him to get out of the blocks. Christopher knows that there is work to be done if they are to post a total that they can defend. Michael, the Victoria Strikers seem to be in that rough patch just even before the power play gets done. What do you think would be a reasonable total for them to defend?
That is a maximum already from Simon Sesazi. Good to see. As you see there, he sights it early and chooses to go all the way, staying positive within the marks, the game plan. But yes, getting back to that question, indeed, I think their intended total was somewhere in the regions of 170 to 180 runs, knowing that no total is so big on this particular ground, and seeing how the games have been going in the previous matches. Oh, you just hope that Edwin Nwagaba is okay, because that ball got a bit of a wicked bounce at the last moment. He will certainly have some bit of attention from Juko, the physio. But yes, I think their targets will still remain between 175 to 180.
That medical break is important just to ensure that the players on the field are in good shape, just to ensure that they are safe and that they are playing within the safe conditions. So the umpire's call of Nobi and Sharon to ask the physio to just have a look at Edwin, very, very good call there. And of course it points to the fact that cricket is a safe sport and you'd like everyone to play it in a very safe environment. That brings an end to the power play. After 6 overs, the Victoria Strikers are at 48 for the loss of 2 wickets. Yashvi continues his trade from the Ginger Road end. Michael, you've told us a picture about what the Victoria Strikers would be looking to score. But you were early at the toss when the Blasters won and chose to bowl. What do you think, what was the figure they were looking to restrict the Strikers to?
Yeah, indeed, captain of the Mburo Blasters, in Fad Muntagana, he says it's true they've been batting well, but he feels if they can be able to restrict the Victoria strikers to anything within the range of 150, 155, it is a score they can comfortably chase down. And indeed, that should be probably what also they are looking to work to, as it were, right now. Projected score is just about 160, so it is still within the range that they intended to restrict the Victoria strikers' batters.
Simon Sesazi continues to accelerate for the strikers as he goes over that mid-wicket region for a boundary.
Sides it early, gives himself some room, opening up the offside. Full extension of the arms. He goes for that shot through extra cover. Perfect shot from a left-hand batter. A classic.
Yashvi bowling 2 overs, picking 2 wickets, vital wickets, conceding only 8. I'm sure the captain in Fahad Mutagana will want to consider bringing him back, but that closes off the 7th over. The Victoria strikers are 55 for the loss of 2 wickets.
Nice boy. Going across, huh?
And there is a bowling change from the Shell End side, as the captain himself, Fahad Mutagana, captain for the day, comes in to deliver that spin that he has always kept somewhere. But would like to shout out and thank our partner, Leica Mobile, for being with Cricket Uganda all the way. And of course, a special shout out to our sponsors, Scope Energy, Jibu Water, who are the refreshment partners, and Raj Energy, who is doing a great job in supporting Cricket Uganda and the activities. The captain is starting to keep the strikers' batters quiet with that spin that is keeping them a bit unsettled, especially for Christopher Kidega.
Becomes an easy picking. Just rotating the strike towards the end. It makes an interesting read because right now, captain showing his role, saying they want to restrict to the Victoria strikers to below 150. And that will bring up the end to the 8th over, 57 for 2 Victoria strikers after 8 overs.
The off spinner in Josh is back in action because the captain thinks that he has done a great job. 2 overs, conceding 8 runs and picking those vital 2 wickets. Chance for a few runs there. Christopher Kidega gets not baton to that, but still it races away for that leg by. allowing the strikers to continue piling the runs.
Youngster Hariom Dudaregia being asked to chase that down. He's not the quickest, but he still has time on his hands to grow up into an athlete.
Christopher attempting to nudge that a little off his body line. And that loud appeal from Joshi, but no better be the umpire, confirms that that is not out. Christopher will have to play a bit of those safer options as opposed to trying to play those balls, you know, just nudging them off his body would be a wiser option, Michael.
Yeah, absolutely. You want to play with a vertical bat, especially when the previous batter to get out for LBW in Periwa Zombe, 23 of 17 was a good knock, but his side would have loved him to be there, maybe going to get half a century and leave them over 100 runs on board. But now Christopher Kidega knows that he has to take caution with aggression in a good measure and a good balance.
Caution with aggression in a good measure. The Victoria Strikers are at 61 for the loss of 2 wickets after 9 overs.
Market of Sobi. Now we got on.
The captain of the day, Fahad Mutagana, still back in action with those utility deliveries, mixture with off spin. But this time Simon Sesazi edges one, allowing that to race all the way to the boundary. The strikers picking another boundary.
Intended, not necessarily where he wanted it to go, but the result will be the same, and young Hariom will continue to try and chase down Dudaregia. And this time it is a maximum all the way to where his coaches are set up for the national team.
Big, that goes miles. And Simon Sesas, he continues to make those clear statements about his batting, about the confidence that he has built so far, but also about his seniority on the team of the Victoria Strikers.
That was an 8, man.
Absolutely.
Simon continues, goes big, and this time it just falls short of Stephen Wabose, who, Michael, I felt if he had moved maybe a few steps in front or even attempted to dive, that would have made for a good catch. Michael?
Without wanting to go for the spectacular, he chooses to go for the safety, fast approach. Otherwise, that was a very good opportunity for a diving catch, probably a contender for catch of the tournament. It will not be, and we'll never know. His captain won't be so impressed.
Christopher attempting to go hard, but these ages are not allowing him to prosper, if I could use that word. But also Simon is continuing to urge him to start getting going because they are getting to the halfway mark of the innings.
And Naomi, actually what is interesting is the messages coming from his dugout are very clear. Victoria Strikers want Christopher Kidega to be more creative, more aggressive, more to have his presence clear.
And he attempts to do that, strikes that to the deep square leg, region, and the guilty party in not making that a catch, Edwin Nwagaba, falls short of him, and that brings an end to the 10th over. The Victoria Strikers are 73 for the loss of 2 wickets. In your frame there is the Lugogo National Council of Sports Stadia. You have the hockey pitch. You have an area view of the hockey pitch. You also can see that famous hostel. Michael, that famous hostel hosted us quite a couple of times when the teams, especially the junior teams, were training for a tournament at the time. And it is actually used by very many other sports disciplines.
Yeah, speaking of that hostel, the memories run deep from those many years ago of the cricket week. You'll excuse me, late 80s, early 90s. I was still a young child.
Michael, late 80s, I cannot relate. Maybe closer to 90s, mid 90s there, but yes, the hostel has been phenomenal. While at it, Christopher says, okay, this time I will open up for my team. As he plays that up and over, Joshi, who is fielding in that cover region, allowing them to take another single. He's continuing to rotate that strike to give it to Simon Sesazi.
Very effective indeed, because Hamid Munyigwa, the new bowler, he can be quite a wily fellow. And this particular matchup should be in favor of Simon Sesazi.
No.
Hamid continuing to get a bit of discipline from those strikers because they are easily picking the singles and the twos off his bowling.
Swing and a miss. Simon Sesazi is in the mood today. He wants to also score big. And definitely is running a little heavily. But yes, he's been there for a while. And that could explain why he's now wanting to favor the big shots. But Simon Sesazi will do well to know his team needs him there to the end.
The youngster in Hariom has been asked by the Blasters to actually put his body on the line for the team. We've seen quite a number of balls going his way, and he's got to put in a big shift, especially with chasing those balls and saving the boundaries. And that is the importance of tournaments like this. They give the under-19 stars, the under-23 players, the emerging Uganda team, even the cricket cranes, an opportunity to continue to improve their skill in this gentleman's game of cricket.
Wow, what a shot. Straight from Christopher Kidega. Gets early into that shot and hits it in the safest area right over the bowler. And that makes for a good reading indeed. And surely we'll be getting back to the story of the under-19s and the youngster getting opportunities. But that brings up the end to the 11th over, 83 for 2 Victoria Strikers.
Missed opportunity As Joshi comes in from the shell end side, the captain feels that changing his side may come with a few more goodies.
Simon Sesazi there, faint edge. Young Hariom Dudaregia will continue to work hard. Youngsters being given an opportunity. Because I remember in our time as a youngster, your role was to field, run around the whole day, get tired, go home and sleep, come back tomorrow to enjoy the game of cricket.
Simon Sesas, he goes big this time in the region of Stephen Wabose. Who puts that down? Simon Sesadi had already started to pack his bags, heading back to the dugout. Very shocked that he was dropped, Michael.
Yeah, as you can see there, he ends up skying that, not getting the most timing of that ball, but crucially there, Stephen Wabose getting his eyes off that ball, and that is the difference. Simon will live to fight for another day. And this might be just very costly. Remember, he was on 44, now 45 off 29 balls. If Simon goes on to score a big score, Steve will remember that moment. But it's a wicket. Christopher Kidega giving himself room. Ends up opening up that gate. And
in your frame, that replay tries to play it a bit on that back foot, but Joshi, that delivery skids through into the furniture, and Christopher Kidega will be sent back to the dugout.
He can't believe he has that unbelieving face and very distraught by what has happened, because the inside edge, instead of getting a boundary, it is his wicket, and it will be bowled.
A tough passage of play for the Victoria Strikers. But at that level, 88 runs, just under 12 overs. The captain of the day, Pius Oloka, walks in, and he knows that if they are to get to that 160, 170 run mark, another 90 runs in 8 overs, something like that, is the task ahead for the two. But this time, Michael, I would like for us to talk about that steadiness of Simon. Of course, he's just been put down, but 45 of 29, what do you think is now going through his mind?
Yeah, knowing Simon is a big moment player, and he likes to carry the responsibility of the team. I'm sure he's telling himself he has to bat through. He has to carry the side, especially the top order having collapsed around him. He will definitely be thinking about batting through and probably going on to score a big half century, probably closer to even 90 runs or thereabout.
Captain of the day, Pius, coming in at 5. Starts that off with a sighter, just checking the settings of the wicket and the whole atmosphere. And he gets off the mark with that played nudge to that vacant mid-wicket region, allowing them to comfortably take a single.
Just the one ball left in the over. Will Simon try to capitalize on the over, probably look to get closer to 10 runs, or just look to rotate the strike and get back on the strike for the next over? He opts for a bigger one, and he does get indeed the boundary. Very risky, but at the end of the day, it's a result that is worth it.
In your frame, that replay, Simon Sesazi continuing with that blistering knock. And this time, that bisector, allowing him to add 4 runs onto the total, closing off the 12th over. The strikers are 93 for the loss of 3 wickets. the National Council of Sports, that office. Michael, I have been given that privilege, I think about 5-6 years ago. I have been given that opportunity to value this NCS complex.
Yeah.
And it was amazing to go through, this study to appreciate their values and the land elements, but also the different sports sections, because you have the tennis court, you have the hockey pitch, you have the volleyball courts, then you have the arena, and of course the beautiful cricket oval.
Yeah, you could see the look on my face and the goosebumps. No, Lugogo is very, very dear and near to our hearts. Some of us who've been around, like you remember the story I was telling you of that hostel. It was my brothers who were playing in the cricket week in 1989. That's how I first visited it. 1987, actually. I was very young, just for disclaimer purposes.
The disclaimers around the timelines are quite a number, but that speaks about longevity in the game. That speaks about passion of this game of cricket. That speaks about the development and the growth of cricket in Uganda. And what we see here in the Great Lakes Men's T20 tournament is a culmination of all those activities, all those efforts, people that have contributed in one way or another to this game of cricket.
Absolutely. In the meantime, Hamid Munigwa has had quite a good turnout in this Great Lakes tournament, and he will look to have something to say about proceedings, but it's a quick single taken between Simon Sesazi and captain of the day, Oloka Pius, to allow Simon Sesazi come back onto strike and look probably to try and add some bit of impetus into this over, because there is need to get closer to that 8 to 9 runs and over each over from now on, so as to reach their target of about 180, 170. He sweeps it all the way through square leg. It's just a single.
The technique of going down for that left-hander and then sweeping that fine, allowing them to take the single, but the safety in that shot, because that delivery was towards that leg stump, so it is the safest option. And also considering that now Simon is starting to tire, he has brought up his 50, so he has been on that wicket from ball one, looking for those safer options. Playing the ball in the safer regions is quite a way for him to cool down, calm down, and continue to strike for the Victoria Strikers. But that brings an end to the 13th over. The Victoria Strikers are 99 for the loss of 3 wickets.
Go boys, go boys. One.
Simon Sesazi, the new bowler, Stephen Wawose, seems to have taken a liking for Simon today. He will be the one to bowl, and remember the left hand bowling to Simon is a bit of an advantage. Left arm orthodox to Simon, they have to bowl the other ball going away from him, and that is always never an easy trade. First off, he picks up that single, and more importantly, bringing up the 3 figures for the Victoria Strikers.
You know. Where's the guy? Ow.
Touch and go. It is a single from Pius Oloka, knowing his role right now, just to look to rotate the strike and give Simon Sesazi more batting opportunity. He's the man who's already been there, 33 balls. That means he will have an opportunity to build up on that momentum and get closer to the century for Pasono. Goes across, trying to sweep that through the fine leg region.
Nice.
But the net result is just a dot ball. And now Steve Wabose is actually darting them in, recognizing that he can no longer bowl the air on that ball.
This one turns into Simon, who gives himself room by putting away that right leg and working it to the leg side, allowing him to take another single. I feel that now they are playing with a bit more caution, but also not asking of Simon to take the quick singles or the threes to wear him down.
One Billy.
Indeed, and that is another single by Pius Oloka to allow Simon return onto strike. Certainly the Victoria strikers would want Simon Sesazi to have more of the bat, more of the opportunity, more of the strike, and look to get at least a maximum or a boundary in each over.
Catch it.
And that is the maximum that Simon Sesazi picks up all the way for 6, much to the delight of his dugout.
Simon sights that short delivery and he powers it out of the park with confidence, with precision. And Simon Sesazi, already at 59 of 36 balls, will be the star for these strikers as they continue to build towards that 170, 180 total mark. Closing off the 14th over, the Victoria strikers are 109 for the loss of 3 wickets.
Hamid Munigwa continuing from the Ginger Road end. And it's a good matchup to Pius Oloka, who will definitely again look to rotate the strike, but that backlift seems to suggest he's also beginning to appreciate his role as a big hit of the ball. Fortunately, he will know that today the responsibility rests on his shoulders as a captain. And should he try to go early into big shots and perish to any of the fielders at the boundary, he'll be the one to blame, to take the full blame.
Opportunity for 2 runs. But you need to be cognizant of the fact that Simon has been on that wicket from ball 1. Interestingly, he shows that aggression and desire to take a second one. And the captain in Pius must have thought that Simon didn't want the second one, but he actually did. It's important for batters to recognize and appreciate each other's strength to keep building for their teams.
It's a hit down to long on. Pius Oloka beginning to flex his muscles. He's suddenly beginning to take a liking as his shadows there, showing that he wants to try and start hitting big as well.
Michael, it's also good to see Innocent Mwebaze back from that rehabilitation at Omtex in India. I think that I would like to thank Cricket Uganda for the work done there. And Simon continues to pile runs for his team as he cuts that over point, and that races all the way to the boundary.
Sizitali gives himself room, staying leg side of that ball. It is rolling, and Hassan Bilal makes a meal of it. Gets a little wicket bounce at the last moment. Gives away the boundary, the much needed boundary for Simon Sesazi in the over to stay within the range and the asking rate.
Simon Sesazi goes big again, and this time Edwin Nuagaba completes that catch. Edwin Nuagaba, shot number 5, completes that dismissal, and we'll see the back of Simon Sesazi. A blistering 64 runs of 38 balls.
He sees it early, and he makes up his mind he's going to go straight, but just manages to sit down at long on, as Edwin Nuagaba had to run in because that was dipping on him. A good sliding, diving catch completed by Edwin Nuagaba. gets a bit of an injury for his troubles, but his teammates will be glad that the catch was completed to see the back of Simon Sesazi, because once that man is still in, and there is a chance for the Victoria Strikers to get closer to the 170 mark. Now the story will change. That Simon Sesazi with that good 64 off 39. I beg your pardon. With his score of 64-39, that's right, he will certainly have given them a good foundation. In Paisoloka too, now having been there for 10 balls, joined by Arjuna Robert yesterday, the other only mainstay batter, will know very well that their partnership needs to carry on the good foundation already set by the top order to get them closer to that 170 mark. However, remember that Mburo Blasters' target is to limit the Victoria Strikers to under 150 runs, and indeed the projected score right now is 156. It was a wicket for Munigwa Hamid first off, but it's a boundary now already to Arjuna Robert, who comes in very intent.
In your frame, that replay, Arjuna gets going right away. Fast ball, well sighted, 4 runs. What a way to start off his innings. The Victoria Strikers are now at 120 runs for the loss of 4 wickets after 15 overs.
Credit to Hamid Munigwa finally getting the dismiss of Simon Sesazi. And Stephen Wabose will know that he can build up on that little shift in momentum by picking up a wicket too.
Paisoloka and Arjuna very quick on their feet. And the energy that Arjuna has brought onto the wicket, I think will support them through this phase. These last 5 overs where they, according to their projected score, another 50 runs. Successful. I think that players like those with those efforts and attempts give the game a different kind of flavor, but also because he trains, he plays against these same people. Probably something stuck in his mind saying, one day I will play that shot. I've trained, I've practiced this shot, and one time it should get me some runs. That's what we're saying here.
This time he gets a big heave all the way over the screen for a maximum, almost sending it out of the pitch.
In your frame, this time he does hold it, the bat by that long handle, and he goes big, explosive, aggressive. Is that Robert Arjuna? Closing off the 16th over, the Victoria Strikers are at 135 for the loss of 4 wickets. Closing off the 16th over, the Victoria Strikers are at 135 for the loss of 4 wickets.
ball. Don't need to check it. Coming down. What they are gonna check? What he wants to check? You are umpire. Just give me a ball. I'm just letting check him know that the ball has been. Check my balls too. Really? There's 2 balls I have in pocket. Round, huh? Bowling change. Round the wicket. Pastor Chimanyi Wabal, lead around. How one on your leg stamp you okay?
It is the commonly known as death over period. Already at 129 after 16, Victoria strikers find themselves in a rather interesting position, more of a commanding situation, and it will be the top bowlers, the strike bowlers, to return and try to consolidate the efforts and limit a late order onslaught from the Victoria strikers. So Bilal Hassan, having made all those adjustments and changes, will come through to Payasoloka. And first off, immediately, it's a maximum. Bilal Hassan, welcome back.
Bilal, very guilty of delivering that shot. And I think in the frame of these batters is swinging with just the power in it. And Pius Oloka, captain of the day, gets that maximum.
Surely that was within Pius Oloka's swinging arc. And he's ready. He wants to go big as well. This time it's a low full toss, trying to go for that Yorker. But the attempted Yorker will also yield 2 extra runs. Why? Because these 2 fielders are running very fast between the wickets. And that was hit rather to the left-hand side of Yashvi Joshi. And that will still make them continue their quest towards that 170, 175 mark.
Those kinds of deliveries produce better results for Bilal Hassan, the low full tosses, even the fuller deliveries. But these ones delivered short are yielding the boundaries, the sixes, and that's exactly what happens. This time Bilal Hassan bounces Pius with one eye open, one closed. Pius does hang his bat and he gets the boundary. At the end of the day, it's the runs that matter, Michael.
Well, you're very prophetic today, it seems. Calling it just as it almost happened. Bilal Hassan will know very well that he's been more effective bowling the Yorkers as opposed to the bumpers, as you mentioned rightfully, Naomi. And this young man, he can be also imposing. So many changes being made still. Bilal Hassan, 3 more balls to go.
Good length delivery. And that allows Pius and Robert to take a single. But you see that for those good lengths, there's not much that is done. Forcing the strikers, the batters, to play on the offside. But for the short pitch deliveries, Bilal Hassan is being sent out of the park in different angles.
Clearly, Bilal Hassan, not his best figures by any stretch of the imagination today. Because even the good, well-executed Yorkers are still getting the thick inside edges for another single. He will have to know from all his experience that he just can only but continue to do the right things. Probably the attempted reverse swing for this moment and period of time. How will Arjuna and Pius respond? We all await to see. Effectively done. Well executed Yorker. You can't go wrong on the tried and tested Yorker. And that brings up the end to the 17th over. It is 143 for 4 Victoria Strikers.
Just put on your head up. Again. Ready. Hey, wali asama. Asama.
It will be another overcoming through in this death over period. The Pacers not so successful in Bilal Hassan. It will be the spinners now to be tried out. And that young man has had quite a campaign in this particular game and tournament, as it were. Fast off, big hit from Arjuna Robert for a couple of runs through the extra cover region.
The expression, the energy, and the enthusiasm to strike that hard to get the most results is what we are seeing. Pius Oloka going big, Robert Arjuna going big, but we're also seeing them run fast between the wickets. And Arjuna says, I will continue that, as he strikes that over the ball all the way to the screen. Beautiful shot there.
Well waited for. Gives himself from getting that left foot out of the way. Full extension of the arms. A swing so sweet, like a golf swing, all the way for a maximum to the screen, side screens, and the ball will return. No need for the fielders to intervene. It will roll back all the way to young Hamid Munigwa, who is under the pump now, bowling in the death overs, 18th over. He is being asked to do the tough job as a left-arm orthodox spinner.
Up and over. Beautifully played. Confidence. Robert Arjuna continues to work that all over the park, getting those big scores for the strikers.
Well waited for again. Full extension of the arms. Just gets his left foot out of the way and gets that over extra coverage on Robert Arjuna at his best.
Attempting to swing hard, because now the two batters on that wicket are already in that mode. And Robert Arjuna continues that. That goes big, that goes miles, and it lands almost at that Cooper Chimney Terrace.
Again, sights it early, gets his left foot out of the way. Full swing of the bat, this time towards mid-wicket region. And the fielders can only but spectate this time, as Arjuna is dealing in maximums. 6.
A little shimmy down the ground. And evidently Robert Arjuna wanted the 2 runs. Looks a bit disappointed that they've taken just 1. But you'd feel for the bowler in Hamidu, who has been bowled out now, but also has conceded, I beg your pardon, has conceded 44 runs in his allotted 4 overs and only picked just 1 wicket. Closing off the 18th over, the Victoria Strikers are 162 for the loss of 4 wickets.
It is now the penultimate over, and indeed the projected score will make for good readings to the Victoria strikers. Looking at 180 at this rate, Bilal Hassan, tough job of cooling down these young men. They are not cooling down in any way. Straight as it gets. All the way to the side screen. Another boundary. Robert Arjuna in the mood.
Robert Arjuna continuing to pile those runs. A very good partnership between Pius Oloka, the captain of the day, and Robert Arjuna. Robert at 36 of 13 and Oloka at 23 of 16. They continue to do the hard work for the Victoria Strikers. 11 balls to go.
Well executed Yorker. But it will still result in a couple of runs. That's how quick and athletic these young men are in the middle. Pius Oloka and Arjuna Robert.
Very quick in between the wickets. We earlier saw that when Pius was with Simon, they were not running those twos. But with the fresh energy of Robert Arjuna, they are pushing for the twos, they are taking their singles, but they're also getting the boundaries. Very good cricket here. It's all happening here at the Lugogo Cricket Oval. It's the Great Lakes Men's T20 tournament. And this is match day number 6.
Well executed again, Yorker. But Bilal Hassan, a little vindictive there because there was no chance of a run out. But it always happens. Pace bowlers want to send shivers down any batter's spine. Robert Arjuna will just dodge that. And no harm, no foul at the end of the day.
Arjuna continuing to go hard, little shimmy down the track, allowing them to take just a single.
Bilal Hassan. And this time it is Robert Arjuna with a last laugh. A maximum of a long off. Such an expressive.
In your frame, that short pitch delivery. Arjuna lines it up technically correct and goes big. Maximum runs added onto the strikers' total. And Hassan will have to do a lot more thinking about his bowling this time, as the figures are not the best.
Up and over attempted from Robert Arjuna. But at the end of the day, it's a dot ball. And will bring up the end to the penultimate over. Victoria strikers already at 175 for 4 in 19. Aerial views of Lugogo neighborhood. The tennis courts, the hockey pitch, the Fairbold hostel in the background there, and a bit of the dry patches where the volleyballers also tend to have an extra court. But we're back in the middle at the cricket oval here. It is the final over. already at their target, Victoria Strikers, and anything from now on is bonus payments. Yunus Sowobi, not the best figures he's had as well. But because he's a bowler, he will have to come through to bowl the final over of the game. Can he pick up a wicket, or can the batters get more maximums?
Swing and a miss. Arjuna, the guilty party. Even interesting is his showing the disappointment that he didn't put any bat to that ball. But I think already contributing a quick 39 of 17 balls, he's carried the load for the Victoria Strikers.
Absolutely. Scoring at over 200%. Welcome to any team. And that welcome, look at that backlift, just that place of readiness to strike that ball. Even me, if I were Yunus Sowobi, I would first go back, try to alter his mindset. And the rightful thing there, his captain, Payasoloka, coming through in the mid-wicket, just to tell him, don't change anything, keep going on with a good job, and look to execute for the side, for the team.
Attempting to go over the cover region, but with that edge, that ball flies to the third man region, allowing them to push for just another 1 run.
Good pace-off variation from Yunus Sowobi. Doesn't allow for Arjuna Robert to hit that ball because there was no pace to work with. Just manages to get it edged over third man region. Will he still have pace-off to Payasoloka?
That flies into his pads. Yunus delivers that one dipping into Pius's pads. But because this is the last over, they want to get to a total of about 180. A quick single scampered through.
Good double bluff there from Yunus Sowobi because Payasoloka is the king of variations in pace-off, opting to go for that Yorker pace-on up front. Chance of almost an LBW.
This time Robert attempts to go high, go big, but it stays in the 30-yard region, giving an opportunity for a catch, but that is also put down by Bilal Hassan. An opportunity put down by Bilal Hassan.
Chance. Again, pace off means there's nothing to work with in terms of pace. Bilal Hassan makes a meal of it. You just hope he's not injured himself, because that bounce off the ground, that ball seemed to have ricocheted to his face.
And Robert continues to swing hard, even calling harder to run too. And this time, there was a chance for a run out. And indeed, the run out is completed. And the person that is run out is the captain himself.
That is the attempted big heave again, not there to be hit. They tried to call for 2 runs. Payasoloka's hesitation means he couldn't have enough in his legs to cover the ground. He just does the gentleman's thing to keep walking all the way. Walking off.
Payasoloka, captain's knock of 29 of 19 balls. See the back of him, and Jonathan Kiza comes in to just be Here for that last delivery, which Robert Ajuna skies, and the catch is completed by Edwin Nwagaba.
Again, pass off. He gets leg side of that. Not much contact with the bat. Just manages to sky it upwards. It is skywards, and that man in your frame, Edwin Nwagaba, completing the catch. It is 43 of 20. Healthy knock that turned around the game by Robert Ajuna to give the victorious strikers an opportunity with 180 for 5 in the allotted 20 overs.
Looking at the match summary, outstanding batters for the strikers: Simon Sesazi, 64 of 39, Robert Ajuna, 43 of 21, and Pius Oloka, captain of the day, 29 of 19. For the Blasters bowlers, Joshi picked the 3 vital wickets for 18 runs in his allotted 4. Yunus Obi picked 1 for 26 in 3. And Munigwa Hamid picked 1 for 44 runs in his allotted 4 overs. The Mburo Blasters will need 181 from their allotted 20 overs. We will take an innings break and be back after the break. A good morning once again from the Lugogo Cricket Oval, match day number 6 of the Great Lakes Men's T20 tournament. And this morning we have a clash between the Victoria Strikers and the Mburo Blasters. In the first innings, the Victoria Strikers set a total of 180 runs for the loss of 6 wickets in their allotted 20. And the Blasters will have the uphill task of looking for 181 runs in their allotted 20 overs. In the middle are the umpires, Nobata B and Sharon Athwola, who have continued to improve their craft in umpiring. The strikers' fielders have already taken the field. And the batters of the Blasters are also already on that wicket. Opening the batting for the Blasters is Charles Musemeza, who is also the wicket keeper. And on the other side is Fahad Mutagana, who is also the captain of the Blasters for today. Opening the bowling for the Victoria Strikers is Matthew Musinguzi. And here we go. Starting off the proceedings from the Ginger Road end is Matthew Musinguzi. And on the second delivery, Charles Musemeza sends him out of the park for that big hit, getting the maximum 6 runs on the board so far. On the second delivery from Matthew Musinguzi, coming in from the Ginger Road end side, Charles Musemeza opening bat sends him out of the park for the first maximum of the second innings. 6 runs on the board after 2 balls of the first over. And with that boundary conceded, maximum conceded, there's been a quick change in the field setup. I am not alone. My name is Naomi Kayondo Bagenda, and I'm with Michael Grace Ndiko. Michael, welcome back, and what do you make of the proceedings?
Thank you very much, Naomi. A good afternoon indeed. Indeed, as you mentioned, the changes in the field set now, the extra cover coming into covers and sending down mid-wicket, almost cow corner region and long off. Those are the 2 fielders within the power play, giving the protection. That was for Charles Musemeza. But with the change, with that single coming through, Fahad Mutagana, they know is very strong across, so they send back deep covers, goes to the boundary, and mid-off, Uperi Wazombe comes back to from long off to mid-off, so you only have protection at both mid-wicket and deep extra cover.
Fahad Mutagana not yet out of the blocks, but the first over has come to an end. The Mburo Blasters are 7 for naught after 1.
With Kasaija Enoch out of the side resting, it means that the usual captain of the side, not the captain today, Kenneth Waiswa, will be the one opening the bowling from Shellen. Normally, that's a responsibility given to Kasaija Enoch.
And the captain of the side, not the captain of the day, Kenneth Waiswa, starts that off with a pace of delivery, tricking Musemeza into playing it in the air, but because it was a pace of delivery, it didn't carry to Matthew Musinguzi. Was a chance for a catch, but it didn't carry that much, allowing Musemeza to add an extra run onto his total, but also for the team. Michael Charles Musemeza is running second on that batters leaderboard with over 210, now 218 runs out of the 5 innings that he has played so far.
Yes, he's been very effective in the power play period. Together with Fad Mutagana. Yesterday they lost quite a number of balls, sending them to Ginger Road. Today it has been, of course, Matthew Musinguzi opening the bowling. They tend to prefer, they favor pace bowling, pace on. They are able to clear, as you've seen in that particular previous action. Fad Mutagana wanting to send that all the way to Java House for a snack.
Fahad playing that Mvako shot. Back in the day, we used to call it Mvako. That delivery that is on your body line. And you have to find a way to nudge it away from you, hence calling it Mvako shot. But yes, he does that. And rotates that strike for Charles Musemeza, who looks a bit more comfortable with those Waiswa deliveries, giving him an opportunity to face.
Mvako, of course, being the interpretation in the Luganda language, and Princess Naomi being very kind to give us some inroads into some of the interesting dynamics of the languages and how we go about our cricket here in Kampala.
Very good idea to continue rotating that strike as Charles plays that Mvako shot, but a Pro Max kind of execution.
Indeed, and Charles Musemeza has been very effective playing to the onside. He's been strong on the onside, and anything of width on the off as well, cut short, he's been very strong. That big swing from the bat of Fad Mutagan explains it. He's in the mode, he wants maximums, he wants to get the most. But because he missed that totally and it went for the helmet, it means the mandatory concussion test will have to come through as Juko Japheth runs in.
And we'd like to thank the persons and the people responsible, especially in the form of these physios and medical personnel, always ensuring that players are enjoying this game of cricket in a safe space, environment. If there's something to check up, he's already quickly on the field. It is something good, and it gives the players comfort. It also gives their parents comfort that their children are playing in a safe sport environment.
Very well said. And that care and health, well-being. Someone once said that it seems the month of June is supposed to be a men's health month. I'm not so sure about those details, but the point is there is care for both the men's cricket and the women's cricket without any distinction or discrimination. Beautiful aerial sights. The Cafe Java's alluded to earlier on there. I beg your pardon, sorry, Java House. Together with KFC at Shell End, where initially Fad Mutagana wanted to hit that ball.
pace of delivery from Waiswa. Fahad pulls that one, staying in that halfway region, 45-yard area. And Simon says as he puts in the hard yards to get to it, but he spills that catch, spills that opportunity. As you can see, that jumped out of his hands. Fahad Mutagana will live to die another day.
Yeah, Simon looking on dejectedly, looks up to the skies. Where will his help come from? Well,
Michael, his help will come from the Lord, Psalms 121. And of course, to realize that, of course, that missed opportunity sends down a bit of dropped energy throughout the team. That was a good opportunity to take, seeing that Fahad Mutagana has had blistering knocks throughout this tournament, so you don't want to miss that opportunity to dismiss him when he gives it to you as he has done. And this time it happens again, and Matthew Musingusi says, no one next to me, I will take this catch myself. Fahad Mutagana sent back to the dugout.
I tell you, it's like some of these gentlemen live and or die by the sword. It doesn't take any prisoners. Matthew Musinguzi there, getting his left arm orthodox. Not the full reach of that ball. Fahad Mutagana just manages to edge it. Top edge, right there, everything. Business settled out right in the middle, literally. Caught and balled for Matthew Musinguzi. Credit to his skill set and abilities. Recently also debuting for Uganda, Matthew Musinguzi. He is quite an interesting prospect, of course, in the same mold as Henry Senyondo, the mainstay as a left-arm orthodox bowler. It's good always to have some of these youngsters as understudies of the interesting young man who has served cricket cranes for long, Henry Senyondo. Not in this particular tournament because of nursing a particular niggle with his knee. And therefore it is now the likes of Matthew Musinguzi to take the full picture in terms of shining right here at the Great Lakes men's tournament. Earlier on we saw, of course, Hamid Munigwa of the Mburo Blasters.
Another opportunity for Matthew Musinguzi. Caught and bowled. Stephen Wabwase, who has just walked in, is not able to get going. Doesn't disturb the scorers as he skies that. And the wicket-keeper in Robert Ajuna comfortably completes that catch.
Almost feels like the Mburo Blasters either want to blast their way. As you see there, unfortunately for Steve Wabose, trying to glide that to the leg side, leading edge, right into again the air for Arjuna Robert to enjoy the business. Everything being concluded right in the middle for Matthew Musinguzi. What an over he's having. You almost want to think whether the Mburo Blasters were conspiring to either conclude this very fast or almost give a soft landing for the victorious strikers. It will be Yashasvi Joshi Bata coming in at number 4, while the total is only at 11 for 2 in 2.2 overs.
Spoiling the tournament. Left arm round. 4.
It should keep in our memory that Yash V. Joshi in the first innings carried the Victoria Strikers through the bowling department, bowled 4 overs, picked 3 wickets, and conceded just 16 runs. In this second innings, his captain, Fahad, will require him to put in a very big shift with the bat because the passage of play in this power play does not look good for the Blasters. And, attempting to get out of the blocks, hits that one flat and hard to shut number 1, Brian Asaba. Plays that one to Jaffa Ochaya, who completes the catch. Not good sights for the Blasters. And Joshi has to be sent back to the dugout.
As you can see in that frame, they are wanting to go downtown. There is pace on that shot, but it doesn't get the aerial route to it. And unfortunately, he only manages to find the fielder, that Jaffa Ochaya, right there at the 30-yard. Probably if he had given it the projectile, it was a certain boundary or even a maximum. And now the Mburo Blasters in all sorts of bother because Yashasvi Joshi easily could have been a contender for the player of the match. Now will have to go back without troubling the scorers in any way.
Complicated passage of play for the Mburo Blasters, closing off the third over with 12 runs with the loss of 3 wickets. Brian Asaba and Charles Musemeza on that wicket for the Blasters. Coming in from the shell end side is the captain of the squad, Kenneth Waiswa. And now he knows that this pace of deliveries will deliver the goods for them. The Blasters batters are eager to pounce on these quick deliveries to try and get boundaries from these quick deliveries. But the pace of ones are creating that challenge for them. And indeed, opportunity there, but Brian Asaba plays it technically correct over Kenneth Waiswa.
Literally walking into that little shimmy down the track in a commanding format. Holds the position for the photographers to complete their role and their job. Brian Asaba, what an introduction. You do mention Kenneth Waiswa's demeanor and how he's looking in this particular passage of play. He's definitely buoyed up.
Touch and go could be the strategy that will help the Blasters improve their play at this point in time. The power play still not looking good with just the 18 runs in 3.3 overs. Charles and Brian will know that there's a lot of work to be done if they are to chase this 180 total.
It's a tough one because the required run rate of 9.94 with your current rate of 3.3, that kind of equation is always very difficult to solve. I remember I was never a fan of solve the equations above, and this is one of those. The Demburo Blasters, despite their track record of hitting a very healthy power play, having so many sixes maximums in a power play, and several half centuries, more than 50 runs per power play, today seems to be a different day because the power play so far belongs to Victoria Strikers. That's whipped off his feet, off his pads, Charles Musemeza, but he will only get a single because there is protection at deep square leg, and it is the able-bodied Pasolokore is patrolling that region with current field set of only third man and deep square leg. Kenneth Waiso's work is cut out. He has to bowl straighter to the stumps.
Pace of delivery is the business that Kenneth Waiso is dealing in. Charles Musemeza cuts that just to shot number 7 of the Strikers. Jaffa Ochaya, and there's no run taken. Closing off the 4th over, the Mburo Blasters are 18 for the loss of 3 wickets.
Bowling change, right arm over. Ball, one ball.
Coming in from the Ginger Road end is the captain himself, captain of the day, Pius Oloka. And the plan looks like keeping that ball between the stumps, not giving Charles Musemeza that width, because they know that he's a very good cutter of the ball and he's a very good puller of that ball.
Absolutely, and in the past it has been Chiza Jonathan opening the bowling. And Chiza Jonathan has always gone for plenty because Charles Musemeza and Fad Mutagana enjoy his pace. Pius Oloka not recognizing that.
And Charles Musemeza welcomes the captain of the day into the bowling attack by clearing Mingo for that maximum.
Indeed, as he favors pace on, he's back into his comfort zone from Pius Oloka whenever he's bowling pace off and pace onto the ball, and especially that particular delivery that is within the arc, and that will necessitate some changes in the pitch field sets, because now mid wicket, I beg your pardon, long on and extra cover, long off and extra cover will be the fielders out, giving him the protection.
Would like to continue thanking our sponsors and partners for Cricket Uganda. A big shout out to Laika, partners of Cricket Uganda, who have supported the activities of Cricket Uganda. And for this Great Lakes Men's T20 tournament, we have Scope Energy, a shout out to the sponsor. We have Raj Energy, shout out to the sponsor, and Jibu Water, who are our refreshment partners. And we'd also like to thank all the fans that have come down to the Lugogo Cricket Oval to watch, to support the different teams in this Great Lakes Men's T20 tournament.
Umpire Soloka recognizing that some variations, even as early as this period of time, may just be the way to go. And being the captain, he has to take responsibility for the day. Again, pace off to young Asaba Bryant will mean that it is another single to rotate the strike to close off this fifth over. It is 29 for 3 after 5 overs.
Let's go, let's go. You're still on, boys. You're still on, boys.
At 30 for 3, with just 1 over left in the power play, finally the perennial opening bowler comes through, and that is Kiza Jonathan. He's bowling to Brian Asaba, who's been known to be inventive, creative in his approach with some reverse sweeps, stepping across. This time he has a little shimmy down the track, trying to attack Jonathan. And Jonathan Kiza will only know that his work has just begun and it will not get any easier. He still has a long shift to put in.
Chiza Jonathan almost creating another opportunity because pace off makes the Blasters batters uncomfortable. Asaba very guilty of playing that just above Kiza's head. Another opportunity, but not converted. And the Blasters will continue to pile runs for the team. 180 runs is what they need, 181. Right now they need 150 runs from 14.4 overs. Ball on pad. Kiza Jonathan nipping that into Chelsea's pads. But with that solo appeal, the umpire says not out. And the wise Asaba called for that run to get Charles to rest on the other side. Brian Asaba, guilty of not moving his front foot, rather swinging that back foot. Not certain what type of shot he wanted to play. But these are the challenges that the pace of deliveries from Waiswa, from Jonathan Kiza are creating for the Blasters. Very good delivery by Chiza Jonathan. Not common to see a well left in T20, but Brian Asaba must be wondering what to do with these deliveries. Jonathan Kiza continues to carry the weight for the strikers. Finally, bat is onto the ball. playing that down to the mid-wicket region and allowing them to take a single. Closing off the 6th over, the Mburo Blasters are 33 for the loss of 3 wickets.
Power play is done.
Pius Oloka coming in from the Ginger Road end. By end of day yesterday, he was at the top of the bowling leaderboard with 8 wickets, and he continues to challenge the batters. Michael, we have seen the Mburo Blasters at 33 after 6 in the power play for 3 wickets, and we saw the Victoria Strikers at 48 for the loss of 2 wickets after the power play. Talk us through the scores and the possibilities for these 2 teams in this contest.
Indeed, Victoria Strikers, I know their game plan was try and be in the regions of 50, 55 in the power play period, and they managed, as you mentioned rightfully, 48 for 2. So they were definitely just a little close to their targets. But more importantly, they were able to use that as their platform later on to launch as a foundation all the way to their 180. However, today the Mburo Blasters 33 for 3 means in their power play as though they are totally in an opposite picture to what they are used to. They're used to normally having a very imposing power play anywhere between 60 to 80 runs, and normally for a loss of only 1 run. So this is a complete, total opposite picture to their usual experience, and that may mean that they will find their batting today a bit of an uphill task. However, Charles Musemeza, the opening batter, he's still in.
There you have it. He's still in indeed as he goes big. And an attempt to take that catch by shot number 7. Theoneste goes begging as he drops that one. Watching your frame, that replay, Musemeza goes big, it goes high. Theoneste attempting to take that catch, and he spills it out of the boundary for 6 runs.
Yeah, Theoneste may want to quickly forget that image because he literally volleyed it for 6. Easily could have landed into 1 bounce for not a thing you want to remember, but Charles Musemeza will live on to torment the Victoria Strikers if he goes on to score big. It's been that sort of day for the Victoria Strikers. There and about, dropping a couple of catches. Steve Wabose earlier on had dropped the Victoria Strikers, but in this particular inning, also Victoria Strikers paying back the favors. But brings up the end to the 7th, 43 for 3 Mburo Blasters.
Charles Musemeza continuing to go big, but this time not lucky as the captain, Pius Oloka, completes that catch from that ball that he hit to the deep mid-wicket region. This time, catch completed with confidence. And they will see the back of Charles Musemeza.
He lined it up early, made himself some room towards the leg side, didn't get the whole of it and sent it to the wrong man, because Payasoloka never drops anything. In this particular series, probably one of the contenders for best fielder. He just hands it in like it's business as usual. Yet that's a very important dismissal, because Charles Musemeza, having already contributed handsomely to his side's total of 29 of 17 balls, means that he will leave his side a little stranded. They've not had the best of performances today with the bat. And 29 of 18 means that it's left to the mid order. The young men, the youngsters have to come through and deliver. Now it will be Edwin Nwagaba joining Brian Asaba in the middle.
Jonathan Kiza, very guilty of delivering that wide, with a little grin on his face, probably saying it swung a bit more than he anticipated. But yes, the umpire standing in the middle. The umpires, Sharon Athwala and Nobata B, doing that hard work of adjudicating the game and ensuring that the game is played in the spirit of cricket. Touch and go. Edwin Nwagaba gets off the mark with that quick single. Brian Asaba continuing to push his partner Edwin to run harder between the wickets, because they need these runs. The passage of play for them from over number 4 has been hard. Michael, tell us about the loss of wickets and what it does, early wickets, and what it does to the mid order and the tail end.
Yeah, indeed, early wickets always stem the flow of runs. Whenever you have an early collapse, it's never a good sight for the batting unit. As the saying goes, every coach will tell you the most important column to take care of is the wicket score. We saw that with Simon Sesazi, making sure that he's held one side even when the top order collapsed around him. Because he stayed there longer, he managed his 64 of 39, and easily could be the turning moment for this particular match, probably the watershed for the Victoria Strikers.
Touch and go this time delivers not just 1 run, but 2 runs, because Theoneste, the guilty party, fumbles that, and it races all the way slightly short of the boundary, allowing them to take 2 runs.
Still with also those earlier wickets, they tend to give confidence to the opposition. And that's why almost all the bowlers have bowled within their element and they've been comfortable bowling to these Mburo Blasters, who have been known to hit each and every team. But that's a boundary, very well, delicately touched by Brana Saba to pick up that boundary.
In your frame, I feel that Michael describes it in such a beautiful way, delicately touched, looked like a well-intentioned side tap, but the beauty of it is the 4 runs that the Victoria strikers concede, adding on to the Mburo Blasters total, closing off the 8th over. The Blasters are 52 for the loss of 4 wickets.
Body change. Right arm over. Let's go.
It is that period of play, the middle period. And that's when the young man, Theoneste, is requested to come on. He's been bowling well. Akuzuriamie, the player all the way from Kigali, from Rwanda, is bowled well to the likes of Riyazat Alisha, Suleiman Sharif, and Charles Musemeza. But today, he finds a bit of an easier job because it's already the middle order of the Mburo Blasters. And he will have a bit of a more prospective option here to try and pick up wickets. As you can see, they are teasing, playing, teasing, turning that ball against Edwin Nwagaba. Will he try to hit big as well?
Big is what he attempts to do, and a catch. What would have been a beautiful catch is spilled by shot number 4, Jafar Ochaya.
Sighting it early, trying to go aerial. Doesn't get the most of it. A very good effort put in by Jafar Ochaya, trying to dive in and complete the catch. It's a diving effort. And a quick run taken as well consequently. The Mburo Blasters trying to once again find their groove back into the game. You almost feel in the body language that they seem to feel it's a mammoth task, but they will try and get closer.
Another nudge to that mid-wicket region, allowing them to take a single. I would want to see them try and push for the 2s and 3s. For a team that needs about 125 in 11.3 overs, you want to see that enthusiasm of the batters trying to run hard as possible, because the runs will not come with just the big hits, but even the 1s, the 2s, the 3s. Closing off the 9th over, the Mburo Blasters are 58 for the loss of 4 wickets.
Betty! Betty! Hey, move back, yeah. And then they say, that white dot. White dot.
The captain in Pius Oloka brings in Jaffa Uchaya, that off spinner. And he gets underway with the delivery that is hit to that square leg region, allowing the Blasters to rotate strike.
Jaffochaya, one of the good campaigners in this particular tournament. And it looks like Asaba Brian is not interested. He goes hard and the misfield there.
Watching the replay, Brian Asaba strikes hard. Matthew Musinguzi close by, but he does the unthinkable and steps out of the boundary, awarding them 4 runs. Brian Asaba and Edwin continue to rotate the strike. Michael, this is more like what I would want to see, especially with pushing. The target is still big, over 110 runs required. Struck by Edwin Nwagaba in that Fly-Gary region. And this time Theoneste completes that catch, sending Edwin Nwagaba back into the dagger.
Very wide, width on offer, trying to hit it hard. Just finds the backward point, that gentleman, Hakuziyamye Theoneste. From this angle, it was literally wide. And Edwin Nwagaba, as a coach, will know, you always tell your youngsters either to just let that ball go or at least try and intentionally hit it on the ground. This time that was low, just manages to give Theoneste to redeem himself with a dismissal.
That Edwin bat was opened as opposed to cutting it with a closed bat, finishing that action with a closed bat. And Theoneste, who has been guilty of a few misfields in this innings, saves himself by completing that catch. And the Mburo Blasters lose their 5th wicket. With that dismissal, brings in shot number 11, Innocent Mwebaze, that man that visited the rehabilitation center at Omtex, and would like to thank that partnership between Cricket Uganda and Omtex in India for supporting him through his recovery process, and it's great to have him back. And he starts off the proceedings with striking that hard to the long off region. Out of the blocks, Innocent Mwebaze, 1 on the board for him already.
Looking indeed like a well-rehabilitated machine. He's good to go. Of course, Innocent Mwebaze, one of those earliest graduates of the Nyakasura project, alongside his former teammate in Brian Asaba. They two together hail from that hub in Western Uganda, from Nyakasura School, always championed by Coach Ivan Tawitamwera. Bringing up the end to the over. It is 65 for 5 at the halfway stage. Mburo Blasters will know that the task ahead is much bigger than what has already been accomplished. Theoneste will be the bowler that continues at the Ginger Road end. Akzuriami Theoneste is bowled, already picked up a wicket, and will continue to work hard.
Struck with intent. Brian Asaba continuing to keep that scoreboard ticking, because it's important that they keep piling the runs for the Blasters. The Blasters, who are currently third on the table know that they have a lot of work to do if they are to end up as the top and the table leaders. So every run definitely adds up to this. But Innocent Mwebaza says we will not pass down. This time it will go aerial, and he strikes that flat and hard for that maximum.
He saw it early, picked up on the length, and gave it the rightful treatment indeed. Tioneste yet to pick up his wicket, first wicket of the day. And Innocent Mwebaza is not taking any prisoners. He says he belongs to the Mburo Blasters, and their culture is to blast that ball away for maximums as well as boundaries. Blasting it again for a maximum. And Ochaya can only watch.
In your frame, that replay, Innocent Mwebaza doing what he's doing. He did hit that earlier boundary in the same area. And so we are seeing a well-rehabilitated machine, like you said. Closing off the 11th over, the Blasters are at 79 for the loss of 5 wickets.
Jaffo Chaya will come through from the shell end, and Brana Saba, having seen what his compatriot in the past has done, he says, what you can do, I can also do, because we both hailed from the Nyakasura school.
Brian comes down the track and strikes that hard over that cow corner region. Brian Asaba, Innocent Mwebaze, all dealing in maximums now. And this creates a lot of silence, which is quite... You can hear a pin drop now. The strikers, fielders not saying much, only watching. Creative, cheeky shot down there. Brian Asaba scoops that one all the way to the boundary, to the delight of the Blasters dugout.
Cheeky indeed, going across 360-degree shots these days. Manages to get it over the wicketkeeper. Not comfortably, because he actually tumbles over and rolls. But the result is what he desired, to see a boundary. And now with 10 runs, 2 balls, pressure on Jaffo Chaya.
That cheeky shot, we have witnessed a lot of that from the England ladies playing in the World Cup right now, the ICC T20 Cricket World Cup right now. And Danny White and Hodge are very, very creative and innovative. We've seen them play those cheeky, innovative scoop shots, and it adds the flavor of classic batting into T20 cricket.
Shots you'd never think of coaching just a couple of decades ago.
Swing and a miss as the two strikers on the wicket are going hard and going big.
Jaffo Chaya with a little bit of a comeback, but still under the pressure. Able to string together a couple of dot balls, especially against the strong and charged up Innocent Mwebaze. He completes the over with a bit of reproof there. It is all happening for the Mburo Blasters in their quest to try and chase down this total of 180. They now stand at 79 for 5. In the image there, Do not be fooled. That is not a very calm gentleman when it comes to holding the ball. Henry Senyondo, a mainstay of the cricket cranes since about 2009. And the good image there tells of the story that, yes, currently Matthew Musinguzi, and that's the captain of the Choga Avengers, Juma Miyaji. He's been to the Gulf. He's been in that particular outfit as one of the prospects, as a top order bowler, as a pace bowler. Matthew Musinguzi will have to challenge his former homemates.
Brian Asaba continues to deal in those boundaries. He comfortably sweeps Matthew Musinguzi over that deep short fine leg region, adding 4 boundaries, 4 runs onto their total. The Blasters will require 93 runs.
Interesting young man there in
from
that frame.
47 balls. Ball is up, and this time Brian Asaba is not lucky anymore as the catch is completed. Still attempting to sweep Matthew Musinguzi, but this time top edge up in the air, and the catch is completed by that gentleman in the short fine leg region.
Goes across again, trying to make sure that he picks up another boundary, just perishes.
Cricket Uganda, as we have been in that transition, the logo has changed. Even the name of the federation has changed. We were an association, and now we are moving into a federation. Gerald Olipa there in the frame. He has been instrumental for his side, the Choga Avengers, especially with the ball.
Brian Asaba making a contribution, 29 of 27. He had to depart, and as a result, young Dudaregia Hariom will have to come in at number 8. The reason being, they have lost quite a number of wickets, and is facing a Matthew Musinguzi. It's a challenge to the young man, because Matthew Musinguzi now, with his tail up, will try and clean up the tail from here on.
Hariom still attempting to get out of the blocks, but that young man did chase quite a lot of leather in the first innings. But also, this is a very grand opportunity that he must treasure, to be able to play in such a competitive fixture, you know, outside the confines of Cricket Week, outside the confines of, let's say, under-19 trials, but to have the opportunity to play against skilled cricketers is something good. Needs to keep his head down and try and bat with a bit of more confidence. Closing off the 13th over, the Mburo Blasters are 94 for the loss of 6 wickets.
The Victoria Pals, Kulume, Fiona, alongside Proskovia Lako and Amongin Kevin, the bowlers in that particular frame that you saw. Having some consultations, I wonder with who, but that will be Riyazat Alishar choosing to rest out today, and then Bro Blasters will probably feel they've missed him to make his contribution. It will be Eric Mukisa coming through from the shell end to Innocent Mwebaze with that back lift, telling the whole story, because Hariom Dudaregia being trusted to come in the period of the all-rounders at number 8.
Well
Means that his captain and coach have entrusted him with a great opportunity to try and bat long and have some opportunity in the middle. Dudareja Hariom, that youngster from all the way in Ginger.
Down the track, Innocent comes and he strikes that over Eric for a massive boundary, a massive maximum. 6 runs are now associated with Innocent Mwebaze.
The backlift could tell it all.
This time he takes another direction, and that is the Cooper Chimney Restaurant Terrace. Innocent Mwebaze dealing in maximums. Creates room for himself, puts out that front leg, and walks that over to the Cooper Chimney Restaurant. 6 more runs for the Mbura Blasters. Balls are getting lost here, but what we can see is that flag hoisted by the Defense Department, UPDF, and that flag is one of the tallest in Africa, if not the tallest in Africa. That flag of Uganda, the colors, the national colors, black.
The 4 T20 in West Indies, but he's also an all-rounder. Young Hariom Dudaregia doing the ill-advised option of trying to go big as well. It's still a young man. It's not yet ready, son, to hit those maximums. Give yourself time. He's walking back very fast.
Inyo from the replay comes down the track, swings at it, makes no contact, and before he gets back into his crease, Robert Ajuna has already completed the stamping.
Going without troubling the scorers means that it will now be another young man to walk in, and it will be Yunus Sowabi coming in at number 9 for the Mburo Blasters, who are since making the triple figures in the previous over. Suddenly a little stranded off the bowling of Eric Mukisa, picking up his first wicket despite having already conceded 13 runs in the first almost 3-4 balls.
Yunus quickly getting out of the blocks, rotating that strike at the over ball, closing off the 14th over. The Mburo Blasters are at 108 for the loss of 7 wickets.
Matthew Musinguzi will return in the 15th over because he already has his decent figures, having picked up already 3 wickets. He will be the bowler bowling to Yunus Sowabi. What a turn and bounce from Matthew Musinguzi. Unfortunately, that is sent down the ground.
The expression tells it all. Matthew Musinguzi continuing to craft out his tread and of course his body reactions say the story. Sowabi Yunus continuing to ask himself how he's going to play that ball. But Matthew, with his tail up, will continue to try and mint as much as possible from this late order.
Already 4 wickets to his name. Easily a contender in the player of the match today. That is the Victoria Series versus Mburo Blasters. Can he pick a fifer? Matthew.
Up in the air. Sobi strikes that up. And Matthew Musinguzi completes the catch himself. Caught and bowled. All for Matthew Musinguzi. And they will see the back of Yunus Sobi.
That is his fifer, Matthew, the man. Matayo, as is preferred to be called by his mates. Indeed, easily greatest impact there. Turn and bounce. Ochaya trying to hit that downtown, getting his foot out of the way, just manages to get the top edge. Matthew sending away everyone, saying this is a caught and bowled affair. Completes the catch, and his characteristic drop back to the umpire over his head tells it all. A lot of character in that young man, Matthew Musinguzi. Already 5 for 12 runs only in his 3.4 overs.
That marks the first fiver that we are seeing in this Great Lakes T20 men's tournament. There has been a 1-4 over taken by Oloka Pius, but this time his teammate Matthew Musinguzi picks the 5 wickets in one inning, and it's all good for the Victoria Strikers at this stage. With the dismissal of Sobi, walks in Bilal Hassan.
Billy at times is a bully as a bowler, but with the bat, he's yet to make his impact known.
Billy hanging his bat there because he's not certain where Matthew's ball is turning. You could say he might have stayed there for the camera action. But that brings an end to the 15th over, and the Mburo Blasters are at 108 for the loss of 8 wickets. Jonathan Kiza back into that bowling attack from Shellen's side. With that pace of delivery, Innocent flicks that over short fine leg, and it traces all the way to the boundary.
Picks up Jonathan Kiza's down the leg, going towards his feet early, and just flicks it indeed, as you do mention, Naomi. And that will be some of the players coming in, the fans coming in to watch. It's been an exciting tournament, this Great Lakes T20 men's tournament.
And Jonathan Kiza picks his second as he disorganizes the furniture for Innocent Mwebaze. Look at the celebration. Look at the celebration. That contest between Jonathan Kiza and Innocent Mwebaze. Kiza has the last laugh, and it's the celebration for us. Watch that. Watch that. Jonathan enjoying and celebrating that particular dismissal. The Blasters lose their 9th wicket, needing 69 from 4.4 overs. The Blasters are at 112 for the loss of 9 wickets.
You point out the celebration. I was about to wonder if he was also in the Caribbeans. But I know Jofra Archer is one of his idols. And that is about it. Because of the dynamics, the Mburo Blasters was one batter short. And we'll definitely be getting more of that news. It's a bit of a closing of the moment. It is Simon Sesazi there, 64 of 39. Arjuna 43 of 21 and Payasoloka 29 of 19. It is Josh Yashasvi, the pick of the bowlers, with 3 wickets for his 18 runs in allotted 4 overs. 26 for 1 for Yunus Sowobi and Munigwa Hamid, 44 of his 4 overs, just a lone wicket. But Mwebaze, Innocent, top scoring, 35 of 13. As Asaba Brian also partnered, 33 of 30. Musemeza Charles, 29 of 18. Matthew Musinguzi, easily the man for the day. Pfeiffer, just at 12 runs from all of his allotted 24 balls. Chiza Jonathan, with that celebration, literally closing of the game, is 1 for 2 in his 2.2. Eric as well, 14 runs in his 1 over, but picking up the wicket most importantly. And with that, Mburo Blasters was stranded 68 runs short of the target in 14.79 overs. It means Victoria Strikers have won the game by 68 runs. We'll be getting to you shortly with a post-match presentation, as my colleague Naomi will be giving out the play of the match, as well as just talking to the 2 captains, what transpired and what has been the day. From me, Michael Grace, and on behalf of the rest of the production team, join us for the post-match presentation.
Good afternoon. Welcome to the post-match presentation for the morning game on match day number 6 of the Great Lakes T20 men's tournament here in Lugogo. For the Victoria Strikers played against the Mburo Blasters, and the Victoria Strikers set a total of 180 runs for the loss of 6 wickets, and the Mburo Blasters in response fell short, putting on 112 runs for the loss of 9 wickets. The 10th player was not able to come to the crease. The 11th player was not able to come to the crease because they were not well. And I will start by having a word with the captains. I will start with the Mburo Blasters captain, Fahad Mutagana. Captain Fahad, hard luck about this loss.
Yeah, thank you.
What were the challenges and which areas did you not do well?
The challenge that we did have was just that we lost our early wickets in the second inning, so they give credit to their bowling because it was nice.
Okay. Are there some areas that you want to improve on moving forward for the next match days?
We shall try to fight hard to hold our wickets, because if we hold our wickets properly, would have not been playing a catch-up game.
Okay. Hard luck and good luck in the next encounters. The Mburo Blasters side recognizes the challenges that they had with the batting, especially the fall of the top order wickets, which created a catch-up situation for them. I will now have a chat with the captain of the Victoria Strikers, Pius Oloka. Captain Pius, congratulations upon the win this morning.
Thank you.
What are some of the areas that you did well?
Starting from the batting, our opening batsman gave us a good start and good performances from Simon Sesaji after a while. A good knock, 60, then the explosive batting at the end by Arjuna Robert, and a collective effort from the middle order batsmen.
Okay. Looking at this win, it puts you in a good position for table standings. What are some of the areas that you felt you did not do well and you can continue to improve in this tournament?
At first, our opening batsmen were not doing well. At the start, we were losing early wickets, and it was very hard for us to chase down runs and scoring good number of runs.
Okay. Those are some of the areas, but congratulations upon the win and good luck in your other games. The Mburo Blasters take the loss and the Victoria Strikers take the win this morning. To give out the player of the match award is umpire Sharon Athwola. Sharon Athwola is an experienced and senior umpire here in the cricket fraternity, and she has gone ahead to continue her craft of umpiring in the game of cricket. And the player of the match is a player who bowled 4 overs, conceded only 12 runs and picked 5 wickets. This is the first 5er of the tournament that we have seen, and this goes to Matthew Musinguzi. Matthew, please come and pick your player of the match award. Congratulations, Matthew, upon this player of the match award.
Thank you, thank you.
How do you feel, and what are the things that you did to get you into this position?
For me, it's all about, it's always a good feeling to be performing close to your best, maybe close to the team's expectations as well. And there's all that comes with brevity. More often when you're given you're trusted with a team to bowl with a new ball in the power play where there are only 2 fielders. So maybe clarity, I would say, clarity and brevity in the long run. That's all that enabled me to bowl like
Clarity and brevity is what he says. Lastly, about that ball, those opportunities for catching. We saw you sending away any other fielder to attempt taking that catch. What was going through your mind?
It was all about the team plan as well, so I was trying to do what is expected of me with the team, and at the moment we were trying to defend runs, so we couldn't afford to leak any runs in the field, so that's why I was trying to come up with that action as well.
Okay. Thank you very much, Matthew, and congratulations once again. He talks about brevity and clarity and operating at the team plan. That brings an end to the post-match presentation for the morning game of Victoria Strikers versus the Mburo Blasters, where Victoria Strikers took the day. Thank you.
Welcome back this afternoon right here at the Lugogo Cricket Oval. It is match number 12 on day number 6. Bunyonyi Warriors against Choga Avengers. And earlier on, my colleague Naomi was in the middle for the toss. Let's see what transpired. That was indeed the toss. And it will all be happening in the middle because the Bunyonyi Warriors opting to bat. They've been opting to bowl in the past, but I think they are now trusting their ability to pile up a respectable score that they can later on return to defend. And you can already see that they were warming up earlier on. There was a lot of visualizations from the top order batters as they were all getting ready for the job at hand. So it makes a lot of sense for Fred Achelam and his troops choosing to opt for the batting first. And certainly coming off some of those recent defeats and disappointments, this is an opportunity today for them to come through strongly. And that will definitely be something they'll be looking at. As you can see there, the different team lists of the Choga Avengers, as well as Bunyonyi Warriors. And those will be the umpires. Once again, Mr. Norbert Abi and Madam Lady Sharon Athaula, both very comfortable into their international stints. They've been at a couple of ICC tournaments right here in Africa. It's good to see that this kind of tournament has been given its rightful accolades and due consideration by the organizers at Cricket Uganda. And of course, thanks to our partners in Leica Mobile, as well as Jibu Water, very much needed hydration points that you've seen, because it has been quite a blazing sunshine right here at the Lugogo Cricket Oval. Team photos there. Choga Avengers with their coach Derek Bakunzi in the Uganda outfit. Earlier on, the Bunyonyi Warriors took their team photo as well. And they will now be ready. In your image there, as you can see, walking on, Juma Miyaji asking the young man that is mentoring the opportunity to become the captain on the day in Gerard Olipa, so that he can concentrate and have less to worry about, and allow the young man also to take on responsibilities. And those are the two batters walking on. Robinson Obuya swinging his bat big. We saw him yesterday just falling short of glory, with a nice bag following shortly in his strides. There will be the two batters requested to make an impact and really stick to the goals and the plans of the side, Bunyonyi Warriors, that they have decided to go about today, as batting fast is their choice. This has been an ongoing tournament, day number 6 already. It has been full of runs, full of expectations. Earlier this morning, we saw a fifer for Matthew Musinguzi, Matayo as is popularly known by his mates. And definitely that gave him the opportunity to become the player of the match. 5 for 12 of his allotted 4 overs. What a performance. Simon Sesazi certainly earlier on for the Victoria Strikers had put on an imposing total as a batter, 64 of 39. And the victory belonged to the Victoria Strikers against the Mburo Blasters. But right now, it will be Ivan Baidu, that gentleman, opening the bowling for the Choga Avengers. And first off, it will be Robinson Obuya facing everything being set, every screw in its place, and every nut and bolt tied up, all ready and good to go. Captain of the day in your image there, Gerard Olipa. Youngster is captain the under-19 Cricket Cranes, the baby Cricket Cranes, in the most recent tournament in Nigeria, 2025. Certainly one to forget, but he will be here for the senior side now. And Robinson Obuya fast off. It is a catch taken by another youngster right from the very start. It is Lutafire, as is well known by his mates. Ronald Lutaya diving to his right. Robinson may have felt it was in a gap, but it was never to be. It is a golden duck. Screws getting off the wheels seemingly right from the start. Bunyonyi Warriors having chosen to bat fast. It picks up on the length. It's not much width. Sort of trying to force the issue and get going in a big way. Robinson Obuya there guilty. Not much fit movement away from the ball to create room. And it is the catch expertly completed in that strong right palm. And he has to walk back. It will be Bunyonyi Warriors 0 for 1 in 0.1 overs. Instead, it will be Paul Mlongo joining Anas Baig to try and restart up the scoring for the Bunyonyi Warriors. Ivan Baidu, already in his element, striking and striking early. 0.1 already for 0 runs given away. Similar shot from Paul Mulongo, but it will just be a dot ball. Choga Avengers suddenly leading the table logs, having not lost a single game. And part of the reason is this, that they keep getting clinical at every stage. It's a swing and a miss from Paul Mulongo. Aerial view of the Lugogo cricket oval. That is the industrial complex, so to speak. Bit of the metropolis next to Forest Mall, KCCA ground in the background, but it's Ivan Baidu here in the middle. Another very intelligent delivery from the left-arm lanky fellow to keep matters quiet for the Bunyonyi Warriors. They are yet to get their scoring going. Well, it's already said the deepest lake in Uganda, Lake Bunyonyi. Their batters will have to equally get that imagination and bat deep today, because the top order already one scalp off. Trying to go across for a pull shot. Just manages to drop it there in front at short mid-off or silly off. I'm not alone in the comms box. Joining me back from the break, the princess herself, Naomi Bagenda Kayondo. Welcome back, Naomi.
Thank you very much, Michael. It's good to be back at the toss. Olipa Gerald, who is also captaining the Choga Avengers this afternoon, said that they wanted to restrict the Warriors to a score below 150 runs. On the contrast, Captain Fred Achelam of the Warriors said they wanted to put on something above north of 200 runs. So I think this is going to turn out to be a great contest. And we are here for a beautiful day of cricket. Closing off that first over, eventful first over, the Warriors are, for the loss of 1 wicket, no runs on board after 1-0 for 1 in 1.
Agamire Sean Richard, the bowler to open proceedings from the shell end. He's been away for a couple of years and he's back in the fold. And he's welcomed back into this particular inning by Anas Baigin, the only way Anas can do that, with a maximum respect to that young man, I tell you.
In your frame, lining up that ball, playing it up and over, but the over extends all the way over that boundary, picking up the first maximum of the innings.
What a way to start the scoring for your side. As already said by my colleague, it was 0 for 1 in 1. It's now 6 for 1 in 1.1. is eager to score again, and that's by, I tell you, Naomi, at the toss, clearly Fred Echelam seemed to have a different attitude today about why his troops, he felt they should need to bat. What did you read into his kind of communication?
Captain Fred Achelam was speaking into the team's plan to score something north of 150 runs. He actually mentioned the 200 run total. And that is the plan that they are looking to work towards in this afternoon encounter. Interestingly, on the other side, Gerald Olipa thought that and said that their team will be looking to restrict to the Warriors to something below 150. So I think we are looking at what is going to be a very good clash here in the afternoon on match day number 6.
Interesting indeed, because clearly Anas Baig is still sticking to that plan, trying to go towards the 200 region in that kind of attitude and approach. Will Paul Mlongo fall suit? It is a quick single from Paul Mlongo. And Shona Gamire trying to make a bit of a little comeback into the over. It's always a tough ask for the bowler whenever they go for a maximum in the very first ball, first delivery of their over. They are always playing catch up for the rest of the over. Such is the nature of T20 cricket, a little unforgiving for the bowlers at times. Goes on to one knee and tries to get that hit back behind towards fine leg. Ivan Baidu just able to stop that ball and allow for the single, not to let it go for 4 runs.
It is that camaraderie between the players on the field. We see Cyrus Kakuru, the wicket-keeper, high-fiving Baidu because what he did save them that boundary. That ball was going to race away, but that dive to stop that ball. Very good fielding effort from Baidu Ivan.
In the past, of course, criticized for fielding not being his best suit. Paul Mlongo will follow up the action from Anas Baig.
Looking like in that frame, you see Molongo lining up that one, but also the quick hands within the bat motion continues to enable that ball get height, much needed height, and of course the much needed 6 runs maximum.
Single to follow up on the maximum means that there will be a whole healthy 17 runs from the first over from Sean Richard Agamire. He will certainly be wondering what happened to this particular breed of players. They seem not to have much more respect for the elders, but that brings up the end to the second over. It is 17 for 1 after 2. It is a very interesting contest right now because Ivan Baidu coming back to try and do some repair work. Swing and a miss from Paul Mlongo. Clearly, it is the same script they are reading from both Paul Mlongo and Anas Baig. In the meantime, I'm just wondering, Naomi, what could be the implication in terms of the table standings at the moment?
Thank you, Mike. By the end of match day number 5, the Bunyonyi Warriors were top of the table with 10 points and a net run rate of 1.0131. And the team that they are playing against this afternoon, the Choga Avengers, was number 2 on that table Paul Mulongo continuing to go hard, but that one could have been an opportunity, but Calvin Watua, not the tallest of people, as that goes just slightly above his hands, even after he made an attempted jump to catch that one. Paul Mulongo and Anas Beg going hard right from ball one of the second over. Yes, I was talking about the table standings. So Choga Avengers and the Mburo Blasters are topping the table, 1 and 2. And the Avengers, who are fielding right now, had 10 points. And the Blasters have 6 points. So it is a clash between the top two on the table.
Thank you, Naomi. And indeed, no wonder the Bunyonyi Warriors will know better that they have an opportunity to try and amass an imposing total that can give them a chance to try and wrest this match away from the Choga Avengers. And with that particular victory, it will definitely place them comfortably ahead of the rest of the pack. Good application and variation from Ivan Baidu, opting for the cutters right up front with pace off. And Paul Mlongo just obliges by guiding it down to find our third man.
What we're seeing is that Paul Mulongo and a nice beg are also able to read that variation and play accordingly. You're not seeing him swing at something whose variation is not what they are able to adjust to. So I think that these opening batters of the Warriors squad are playing and fully understanding the conditions under which they are playing, considering that that wicket has become drier and flatter, has been used for 5 match days. So in terms of the batting, they will go hard, and indeed Anas Beg continues to go hard as he picks another maximum through that vacant Kaukona region.
Anas Baig giving himself room and allowing that ball to come to him. The result is much more desired. They are now taking on Ivan Baidu's bowling as well. They are not taking any prisoners, and they are not showing any distinction. Every bowler will have to be punished if they are to amass a much needed, important and imposing power play in the regions of 60 to 70 runs. And Anas Baig, clearly they are missing out on that particular slow ball. But he'll be glad because still they were able to pick up 11 runs from that over. Remember, Ivan Baidu's first over, would you believe this, was a maiden. He didn't get enough flowers for that, but I tell you, plaudits to that young man. Yes, now with an economy of 5.5, bringing up the end of the third over. Bunyonyi Warriors are 28 for 1 after 3. Fast ball. Fast ball of the Richard Agamire, popularly known as Sean, I guess because of also his budding music career, balancing it between cricket opportunities. He will know better that these particular batters are up to get him, and the best he can do is just remain in the good areas, and thankfully asking Kakuru to come up as a wicketkeeper to cut off that extravagant movement.
Mulongo goes big and big and bigger, striking that over that vacant deep cover region. ably saved by Ronald Lutaya. Otherwise, the Avengers were conceding another boundary. The two Warriors continue to steady the ship and bring some calm to their dugout, because that early wicket sent down shivers their spines, but now the scorecard looks better for the Bunyonyi Warriors.
Absolutely. Going at 9 and over already in just 3.2 overs. In the background there, the coach of the senior head coach of Cricket Cranes, donning the Cricket Cranes jersey, Steve Tikolo, the legend from Kenya. He's flanked by Lawrence Sematimba, former head coach to the Victoria Pals. They watch on.
Mike, those two must be having some good conversation about the old days. You remember Kenyans used to come to Uganda during the Easter period for that interesting tournament. I forget its name, but must be having a conversation about the transition of the game from back in the day to what they are seeing right now in the current tournament.
You literally make me nostalgic. You want me to go join them.
Michael, I forget the generation, but yes, after the game could pass by. Back to the cricket here. Agamire continues to front load for the team, but Anas Beig continuing to stretch out his arms and execute those shots technically in a correct way.
Gives himself room, opens up that offside. Even with one arm, he will still get his boundary because he's lining up that ball very well. And is a strong grip of the top hand. Same result, it's a boundary, square drive. The tour indeed you're talking about, Naomi, was the AfriPals Easter weekend tour.
That famous annually awaited competition, AfriPals, brought everyone down around Easter time to watch the stars and legends of Kenya playing against the stars and legends of Uganda. What a time. What a tournament.
Great memories indeed. And hopefully we can always build up on such best practices and good neighborliness, because we all need each other as East Africa ultimately.
Textbook on drive is what we're seeing there. Molongo and Anas Beg continuing to do the hard work for the Warriors. Closing off the fourth over, the Bunyonyi Warriors are 37 for the loss of 1 wicket.
Great partnership batting. Remember, it was 1 for 0 in the very first ball of the over. And those aerial sites of Lugogo nearby. There's a hockey pitch. Nearby, there's a Ginger Road. All the way into the CBD. And it will be done. Keith Amani requested to try and come through for the team, Choga Avengers. You would wonder whether Juma Miyaji is nursing some little niggles, because yesterday, as he was trying to pick up a ball handed back to him from Kakuru Cyrus, the wicketkeeper, he stretched something. He pulled a bit of his hamstring. We just hope that he's okay. And his back too seems to be needing more attention and TLC. But Dan Keithaman, in the meantime, is the man to come to the party. Talk about that partnership, Naomi. What's happening?
What we're seeing is a very good partnership batting, and if not broken, has the ability to destroy the Choga Avengers. We're seeing a lot of positive energy from each other, from Mulongo, spreading between Mulongo and Anasbeg, seem to come to a team plan and work with that plan. You're seeing each one of them continuing to step on that accelerator, and I think that communicates a good message, one, to the batters in waiting, but also to the coach about the work that is done in the training. Unfortunately, Mulongo has to get back to the dugout because he nicks that, and the wicketkeeper, who's been asked to stand up, Cyrus Kakuru, keeps a hold of that. Mulongo, 17 runs off 16 balls.
What a delivery by Dan Keith Amani, making sure that he drops it in good line and length, asking Mulongo to experiment with his big hips. All he manages just a faint feather on the outside of his bat. A good take, such an excellent catch. Wicket keepers are always doing the thankless job. No one really sees their good work. We only most times observe their mistakes. Such a tough job, but well done and completed catch by Cyrus Kakuru. And that will now mean that Abu Seguya, the veteran, is speaking about Steve Tikolo right next to Lawrence Matimba, brings up the memories of about 14 years ago, East Africa Premier League. I happened also to feature in that particular outfit in Nairobi, where the Renzori Warriors kept winning everything. Of course, there was the Nile Knights that would occasionally as well win, but most seasons, especially 2012, belonged to the Renzori Warriors. And Abu Seguya was an opener in that particular fixture. He returns here in this Great Lakes Cup 14 years down the road as a top order bat. Two wickets down, he's requested to come in and hit that ball.
Welcoming the veteran in Abu with that delivery. Not sure what Abu wanted to do at that start, but the level of competition up here is north of everything. The intensity, the expectations of the players in these different teams is of a high standard. And of course, the better team on the day takes the win.
Good partnership previously between Asbaig and Paul Mlongo. Of a whole 38 runs. But that is Abu Seguya for you. Cool customer. He will always come up with something. And if all fails, he'll conjure up something.
Looking at that in your replay, he cuts that out. Racing that all the way to the third man area, allowing him to pick 4 runs for his team and for himself, but most importantly, getting out of the blocks as the veteran that he is.
Well, Abu would want to have his opinion on the matter, but he feels he can do the job.
Attempting to cut this one also. Challenge that was closer to his body. Not probably the best shot selected, but he continues to study what Dan Keith Amani is delivering. And of course, with that experience that he has, something is going to be crafted out very soon.
Picking up a single easily, backward point, and it is Ronald Lutaya who will do the mop-up job. But you know what's amazing is Dan Keith Amani's consistency, being able to just have the wicketkeeper up and ball up consistently in that area whereby he's not giving away anything down the leg and not anything of width, just in that corridor of uncertainty. Fourth stump stuff is what Dan Keith Amani has been concentrating on. He's already rewarded, of course, with the wicket of Paul Mulongo. And altogether, an over of about just 6 runs is still considered as a good over in this particular context, considering what the previous bowlers were going for. And that will bring up the final ball of the over. It is the Bunyonyi Warriors 43 for 2 after the 5 overs. It's been an interesting performance by the top order batters all through in this season. Particularly Anas Baig hasn't had his maximum potential realized yet. But what do you feel about today's performance in particular?
Anas Baig coming into the clash this afternoon on that batting leaderboard has been in that 4th position with a total of 140 runs with 2 half centuries to his name. I think in match day 6 he'll be looking to score a few more runs because he was in 4th position behind his teammate Obuya Robinson. So he'll be looking to continue piling the runs because there are 4 match days to go and they will all be asked to continue to grind with the bat and, you know, raise their hands with the bat. So Anas Baig still here, still on the wicket, good batting track. I think that the possibilities are endless for him to go up that batting leaderboard.
What a shot from Abu Seguya. That's what he does best. He seems to be between a drive and a cut. I think I would call it a square drive.
In your frame, watching that quick hands, but also the bat swing very fast through like a bullet. Abu Seguya adding another boundary, 4 runs onto that Warriors total.
I told you, he's been with the Renzori Warriors. He's been there, done that. Bato Haden Abu Seguya, he enjoys his game. And looking at such a partnership with a youngster in Anas Baig, by the way, I do mention that indeed he hasn't lived up to his full potential, considering that it's very high standards he sets for himself, and probably he will look to have somewhere some bigger 50s, closer to a century. That is Abu Seguya continuing to do the job. When he's not striking that ball, at least he's rotating the strike. And that's why he's such a utility player that you need in your side.
Michael, the other thing that stands out for me with Abu is the calmness within which he plays. As a bat, he knows his scoring regions, and anything in those zones, he will take you on comfortably. So we're seeing that addition to the Warriors side, but we're also seeing a bit of messages being sent down to the youngsters about the possibilities. Anas Baig going big, and Ronald Lutaya completes the second catch in this innings.
Exquisite, such a scintillating, amazing catch. Ronald Lutaya running in full throttle, full speed diving catch. What an effort, very athletic. And that's why his teammates are so excited, congratulating him for such a performance and such an accomplishment. I tell you, that's what these players are made of. No wonder they are always looking to better their standards.
Looking at that replay, you see Ronald Lutaya having to cover a lot of ground and completing that catch with a dive. What a beauty. What a catch. That is Ronald Lutaya. Completing that catch, sending Anas Baig back into the dugout.
What a picture. The applause says it all from the fan outside. And that will mean that Fred Achelam, the captain himself, will have to work on a little earlier than he would have desired, because it is just coming to the end of the power play. And already the Nyonyi Warriors have lost 3 wickets. It was actually Anas Bey giving the biggest kind of challenge to the side, but also just perishing in that particular manner. Not something that he had anticipated. Such is the nature of the game. At times it turns on just 1 or 2 balls, 1 or 2 deliveries. How the decisions are accomplished means all the world of a difference for a team. And because it's not yet outside of the power play, the fielding restrictions are still on. Only 2 fielders allowed outside of the 30 yards. And that means square leg and third man are the only 2 fielders outside of 30 yards. Very expertly driven by Fred Achelam, but straight to the field at mid-on. Calvin Watua will be glad that he's able to save that boundary, and Richard Agamire would definitely be pleased with that effort.
The captain in Freddie continuing to study those deliveries because he's not yet out of the blocks. But bringing a close to the power play, which is 6 overs, the Bunyonyi Warriors are 48 for the loss of 3 wickets.
End of power play. Bunyonyi Warriors 48 for 3. A little shy of what they would have preferred. They would have definitely wanted to have anywhere in the region of 60, because that would have implied the 10 per over to get them on course to go all the way into the closer regions of 200 total. But they will take it, except for the wickets column. Probably it's 1 extra that they would have been happy to stomach.
Up and over is the shot that is played and misfilled from Ronald Lutaya, allowing Abu Seguya add 4 more runs onto his total. Looking at that replay, classically played over that cover region, and the backup that was sent there, the deep cover fielder, boundary rider in Ronald Lutaya, misfields, and that goes through for 4 runs. Abu Seguya continuing to deliver the goods for the Warriors.
I tell you, after such a spectacular, stellar field performance in the 2 catches, Ronald Lutaya now the villain in his own movie. Such is the topsy-turvy affair of the game of cricket at times. Certainly not intended. And even his teammates, well-meaning, they will know that much as they chide him, they still appreciate his efforts. And Abu Seguya will continue to toy with the field, different areas, scoring options, keeping everyone busy, both running around, but as well trying to make sure that the board is sticking, rotating the strike and looking to always stay in the momentum of scoring runs for the side. Interesting companions, the best friend of a man. In that image, picture says it all. Freda Chelam finally off the mark, just jogs across. He looks like he's a man on a mission with a quest to try and pile up a toto together with Abu Seguya. It is now the more experienced players coming to the fore, and the aim is to make sure that they have at least a good score, a respectable score to defend. It's a swing and a miss. Abu Seguya expansive but not reckless. He's rather careful, trying to find the gaps. Knowing very well that the pressure will be on the side if any further wicket is lost in this period of time. The Bunyonyi Warriors wouldn't be comfortable. And very well, little shimmy across sends Dan Keith Amani wider, and indeed umpire Sharon Athaula obliges and says that was definitely way out of the reach for the bat and it's wide. The Great Lakes Men's Tournament, a follow-up to the Great Lakes Women's Tournament. What a bowling from Dan Keith Amani. Comfortably bowling in that region of uncertainty. It's another dot ball. Complete the over. Having given away just the 6 again. I beg your pardon, the 7 runs in that over. It means that Bunyonyi Warriors 55 for 3 after 7 overs. There will be a change in bowling from the shell end. A youngster coming through the ranks all the way from the Push Academy, one of the academies, recognized academies in Uganda, founded by its founder is Jackson Ogwang. He's also the assistant coach in the Cricket Cranes. And Aziz is able to have the questions asked of the captain, Freda Chelam, but it's a single completed.
What we see is very good development work done by the academies. And it's also great to see these players in the academies given the opportunities to participate in tournaments, local tournaments like this. So for Aziz and the section that he does represent, flowers.
Absolutely, of course, before you reach the Push Academy, there even are other academies. And to mention specifically, there is Little Stamps for the little players.
Michael, what exactly does Little Stamps offer these little players? Is it something about introduction to the game, fun around it? What exactly does Little Stamps do offer?
I'll make some consultations with the proprietor of Little Stamps. But to the best of my knowledge, the focus is especially with the younger players, catching them young, all the way from about 3 years of age into those, into the, basically the preschool and early years. The aim is to make sure that they are captured at the very foundation, taught the fundamentals with the element of fun being the focus, and that interest and getting them to be engaged with the stakeholders, the family members, very important for the game. That was another stakeholder possibly.
Very well put, Michael. I think that it's generally important for the youngsters that we have in our communities to appreciate the game at that tender age and continue to grow in the game. And you see the values that sport brings to children is enormous. It ends up being applicable in life and in situations like those. So yes, Little Stamps Academy and introduction to the sport, very good agenda there. Back to the cricket. The 8th over has come to an end and the Bunyonyi Warriors are 58 for the loss of 3 wickets.
Fred Achelam continuing to soldier on, looking to rotate the strike, just shifting the gears a little bit, almost from neutral to 1. Hopefully soon gear number 2 and onwards.
Was also intending to mention that Achelam has not yet brought out his solid blade, as we know that he holds that record for playing the best, the fastest, and the most elegant sweep shot in the T20 Men's Cricket World Cup in West Indies. That was a sight to behold. And the few traveling fans were all over the ICC screens in celebration of that. That is the person we're talking about, Fred Achelam. He's also been captaining the Cricket Cranes, Team Uganda, in the Mumbai engagement they had just the other month. So I think that as a captain, as a wicket-keeper bat, Fred Achelam is in a very good playing space and environment.
Absolutely. He does offer you the options of leadership and management, and you want that kind of head available in your setup. Very interesting character and prospect. Munir Ismail, another interesting prodigy from nearby. Not so sure about his roots with the Push Academy, but he's been around Lugogo for a while. Speaking development, some of these academies are teaming up very well with the support from Cricket Uganda to make sure that not only are they captured young, catching them young, but maintaining that interest while sustaining the developmental and quality development and growth for the players up to the elite stage and elite tournament. That brings up the end to the 9th over. Bunyonyi Warriors 61 for 3.
That the national colors, black, yellow, red, with the national bird, which is called the crested crane. A very peaceful, a very gentle bird, the crested crane. And the colors, black, yellow, and red. Those are the national colors of the Republic of Uganda.
Interestingly, the crested crane is also known, fabled for its loyalty and the ability to remain monogamous, I'm told, for life. Typical of what really a true gentleman in the game of cricket, or lady for that matter, is expected, especially in the way they go about their scoring and their batting and bowling. We want to see that. It is wicket time, and Aziz, the man, sometimes referred to by his colleagues as Aziz the disease, not necessarily an interesting connotation, but he has become a disease to the Bunyonyi Warriors. Not so happy about his effort, but such is the humble fellow. Picking up the wicket of Abu Seguya, who had already begun going comfortably with about 15 to his name, will have to walk back because he's clean bowled by Aziz.
And the Avengers will celebrate and know that that dismissal is quite important. In your replay, that delivery, that ball swung back in to Abu Seguya, who was attempting to play it to the cover region. But it's hard to play what you have not seen. Looking at it once again, Aziz doing the magic for the Avengers. Bounce and turn. Disorganizing Abuseguya's furniture. That is what we are saying. A gentle 19 runs off 17 balls sends Abuseguya back to the dugout. And the Warriors lose their 4th wicket, but Baguma Joseph is sent in to do the heavy lifting together with his captain for the Warriors.
It was indeed a subdued celebration. The explanation being, there is still a lot of work to be done. It's a quick single taken by Joseph Benjamin Baguma. And Aziz will continue to be that thorn in the flesh of Bunyonyi Warriors. Already 1 wicket in 1.4 overs. He's only considered the 4 runs. Such a prospect. There goes the big heave of a sweep shot that you are calling for, Naomi.
Achelam not yet middling that ball very well with the horizontal bat. But with what I saw in Guyana, actually Trinidad and Tobago, it will definitely come. That has become his trademark shot, Fred Achelam. But also with now the responsibility that lies on his shoulders to do the front loading for his team, the Warriors. Closing off the 10th over, the Bunyonyi Warriors are 63 for the loss of 4.
Munir Ismail will continue from the Ginger Road end. It's a swing and a miss from Benjamin Joseph Baguma. Little dab down, still no run. A lot of support from the Choga Avengers. They do have their fans in the stands. They wish them well and they want to see them succeed. Such is the excitement that such fixtures offer. It's a Wednesday afternoon right here, Lugogo Cricket Oval. He stepped across, tried to smash that through the screen.
And the opportunity was put down by Munir, nothing expected. But the velocity with which it was also moving was too quick. Reverse sweep. And indeed, he gets back to it. Baguma Joseph adding 4 runs onto his total, as well as the team total. Munir will know that that opportunity he put down, that is the reverse sweep that races all the way to the boundary. But also that, before that, that return catch, very, very hard. He spills it, but also the umpire, Sharon Athola, reacts very fast to save herself from getting hit.
Certainly we did see our senior umpire, Mr. Makumbi Patrick, getting into that little scenario, which didn't turn out so easy because that ricochet off the bowling over Richard Agamire Sean off his boot straight for Patrick's ankle meant that actually he was going to walk out of the pitch prematurely. So indeed Sharon Athaula had to do evasive action. Now it's part of the umpire's repertoire. You have to be physically fit. At 67 for 4, it is 11 overs down. Bunyonyi Warriors continue to pile their runs. Aziz, given the task of continuing into the third over, it is a quick single because Fred Achelam has had enough and he feels he wants to get going. This will be the real test for Aziz.
Baguma Joseph attempting to go hard, but he only plays that to the deep square region that is well paraded and manned by Jima Miyagi, the captain of the side.
Aziz Tendai knows what's at stake, and I tell you, they are good. It's a good head on that, on the shoulders of that young man. He continues to ask the question and different questions of these seniors in the middle.
Fred Achelam continues to strike that ball hard, this time to the deep mid-wicket region, finding Ronald Lutaya, putting his whole body behind that ball because the last encounter he had was not as impressive as it should have been. So this time he puts his whole body behind the ball to ensure that he saves that boundary.
Absolutely back to the basics, because Aziz Tandia is doing his best to keep the batters quiet. And that's effective. Outfoxing JBB Joseph Benjamin Baguma, who had gone for a switch hit and ended up playing the left-hander's classic defensive shot.
Closing off the 12th over, the Warriors are at 70 for the loss of 4 wickets.
It will be a return of a man that has been consistently asking questions too. He continues from the Ginger Road end. Dan Keith Amani. He's had a couple of overs, very effective with a wicket. And now Fred Achelam shifting the gears probably from 2 to 3 to 4. And that is the result. He's beginning to express himself, to flex his muscles. He wants to get going. He's tired of sitting back and waiting, because he knows it is just the 47 balls left in this inning. And if they are to get anywhere closer to 150, 170, there is need for something to be done differently. Very good pace off. Means that Dan Keith Amani will register his 2 dot balls at the moment in this period of play. After the number of overs that have been bowled, every dot ball becomes a gem of a delivery. Dot balls are gold dust in this day and in this space.
Fred Achelam gets that fine top edge to the third man area, but only allowing them to take a single. Keith Amani will be very happy with what he has done with the ball for his team, having delivered 16 balls, conceded 14 runs, but picked that crucial wicket. That crucial wicket, important, and the impact that it creates on the wicket is a good one. They will continue to nudge him here and there, guide his deliveries to the fine leg, to the third man region, I beg your pardon. And most importantly for the Warriors is rotation of strike.
Dan Keith Amani recognizing that Joseph Benjamin Baguma had already sort of stepped across to open up the leg side region. He just followed him, and thanks to his acumen, he's able just to deliver in the right length and keep it to just a single.
Fred Achelam attempts to go big, but this stays in the 30 yard, skying it. It goes high, but it doesn't go far. And the catch is completed by Cyrus Kakuru, the wicket keeper of the Choga Avengers. Keith Dan Amani picks his second wicket in this third over.
Very well pitched. Pace off. And because Freddie Chellam was trying to go downtown on the onside, that ball was turning to the offside. He just manages top edging it in the air. It stayed in the air for a while. More like even a rocket being awaited to return. And on its way back, Cyrus Kakuru's able gloves just waiting to bucket it. And now the complexion of the game totally turns around.
In your frame are some of the supporters of the Choga Avengers, but more specifically for Aziz, Dan Aziz, who is, a fellow player in the academy. And what that speaks about is the friendship that we build in cricket. As people that play with him, they've put aside everything else that they have to do to come and support their homeboy, to come and support their, teammate as he has been given the opportunity to play in this Great Lakes T20 tournament. With the dismissal of the captain, Freddie Chellam, walks in Cosmas Cheuta. And to close off the 13th over, the Warriors are at 72 for the loss of 5 wickets.
Some of the friends of cricket continuing to show up on your images there. Our lady cricketers over the recent generations. And indeed, Tandy Aziz, look at those figures. Just the 8 runs from 18 balls. And call that 18 from 18, because Joseph Benjamin Baguma will not want to hear of such. I beg your pardon, it will be 14 off 18, because that's a maximum from Joseph Benjamin Baguma. And that will be down the leg for a wide, because it's now more pressure. A maximum of the very fast ball will place immense pressure to the young man bowling his final over. And the net result is another maximum. And his supporters doing the right thing, because you need all the more support.
In the replay, that delivery, Baguma gives himself some space to work that up all the way to the NCS offices. Baguma sending out a strong message to Aziz that the levels are a bit different, but Aziz supporters are also not quiet, because they know that something will happen. A breakthrough of sorts will come through. And this is the kind of challenge and competition that you want to see in such a local tournament.
Who will have the last laugh? Richard Agamire Sean, known for his basketball skills.
Watching that replay, what could have been a catch, he let it bounce in front of him, Sean Agamire being the guilty party, and after it bounced, it got off too high that it ended up going above him for boundary. But this time Ronald Lutaya tells him, well, I got you on that boundary, saving that boundary shot by Baguma.
And to be fair to Agamire, he totally loses his balance out there. He's not able to find his rightful balance to have the hold on the ball.
Getting out of the blocks is Cosmas Cheuta. Running hard in between the wickets for a quick 2. The kind of athleticism that you want to see. And of course, in your frame there is Bakunzi Derek, who is coaching this Avenger side. Choga Avenger side. Following the proceedings keenly. And I'm sure he'll have a word or two with those boundary fielders, especially about the misfields.
You seem to have been a very tough coach, Naomi.
Not tough, but I think realist is the word. I understand that people have some bad days, because a fielder out there like Ronald Lutaya has taken 2 amazing catches, but he has also had 1 fumble that costed the team a boundary. So it's a balance of both, but also there's need to apply a bit of pressure in areas where players are just losing a bit of concentration.
Very well said. It is a splendid, sumptuous, wonderful for the eyes to see. It's a pull shot, sort of a calypso off his hips. Pulled.
Good on the eye, sounds good off the bat. That is what Baguma is showcasing this afternoon. Already at 28 of 18 balls. Baguma Joseph continuing to do that work for the Warriors.
He literally tore apart Tandia Aziz last over, the 4th. Now it is Dan Keith Amani's 4th over.
Little shimmy down the track. And most importantly, very straight, just past the bowler in Dan Keith. But the cleanup job is done by that fielder Juma Miyaji, captain of the side at that long off region.
Very effective Yorker, but dug out. Juma Miyaji putting in a full shift. Well saved.
And this time it goes big, it goes miles. And that is the classic display of Baguma Joseph. Watching that replay, Dan Keith Amani drops it in his arc. And he obliges us to swing as hard as possible, making a perfect connection. And that is struck outside the Lugogo cricket oval, falling into the Ginger Road end. Just that fronts the cricket oval. Baguma Joseph delivering a blistering knock for the Bunyonyi Warriors. And because, of course, that has been hit out of the park, lost ball, and the umpires will have to get a replacement for that ball that has been hit out into Ginger Road. Continuing the proceedings. Dan Keith Amani has the last laugh as he disorganizes the furniture of Baguma Joseph. Bowls in that one into his feet. Quick delivery, all into his stumps. And we have to see the back of Baguma Joseph, who's had a blistering knock of 36 of 20 balls.
Dan Keith Amani recognizing the shuffle across. Just go through the feet, literally, the little get left. Good Yorker, excellently executed. Just finding the base of off stump. Right through the feet. What a delivery, what an execution. Confidence and a very confident display at work here. Dan Keith Amani, that gentleman, number 13. Interesting action. Reminds me of Junior Dala in South Africa. But he is the man from Western Uganda, to be exact, that hub, Nyakasura Cricket. Mr. Tawita Mwira Ivan, the coach, that went with a mission and has brought out such interesting products over the years.
Flowers to Mr. Ivan Tawita Mwera. I'm sure watching these proceedings and following the links must be having a level of satisfaction of the work, the results that he's seeing now, paying off for the work that he did, that investment in time, investment in money, investment in logistics to get that Nyakasira project going. Of course, with the support of the cricket fraternity. Flowers to you, Mr. Ivan. Nero Jonathan gets that shimmy down the track and is already out of the blocks, playing that to the long on region, allowing him to take a single, rotating the strike for Cosmas Chewuta.
Too lanky fellow in the middle, because in the previous couple of balls, that maximum brought up the 3 figures for the Bunyonyi Warriors. And now the tall men have to bring out their long handles. I tell you, Naomi, we just must be ready to see more balls out of the park.
Chance for a catch. That catch is not taken as the lanky fella in Juma Miyaji is not able to get to that ball before it drops. But still, Cosmas is able to get that single run, bringing an end to the 15th over. The Bunyonyi Warriors are at 106 for 6.
As he stands here, having completed his allotted 4 overs, there is need for a change. Shelland will see Muniri smile. Homegrown young man is already turned out for the Cricket Cranes, missing out on that under-19 berth World Cup spot in 2022. But he's here, he's still asking and wants his place at the high table. Starting off with a wide. I say missing out on the World Cup because, unfortunately for him, he was diagnosed that time with COVID, and that was the period where there were many restrictions and limitations.
Cosmas Chewuta still attempting to have a connection of that, his bat onto the ball, and indeed this toppage gets him another single run.
Muniri Ismail always has that knack of even bowling round the wicket, probably picking it up from his mentor, Roger Mukasa. Of course, the two have been reunited lately at the champions of the 50-over gold tournament in Tornado Bees. And the bees are buzzing, making enough honey for everyone. Joy to the world.
Well, Cosmas does what he knows how to do best. And this time that terrace of the Cooper chimney does not survive, and probably a few people having meals there, because he strikes that ball all the way into the restaurant. We had a few plates falling down, but that gets him the maximum runs, 6 runs added onto the Warriors total.
Yeah, I think there's some broken glass, and some of the patrons are wondering what's going on. What are these flying objects? Well, the answer is obvious. Cricket balls.
Cricket balls getting lost in the road. Ginger Road side, Shelland side, Cooper Chimney. It's all happening here at the Great Lakes Men's T20 tournament at the Lugogo Cricket Oval. A little stop in the play, stoppage in play, because that lost ball had to be replaced. But in your frame is Batanude, one of the best photojournalists that you'll find in Uganda, part of that fourth estate. But Cosma says, guys, I can still send that ball out of the park, and he does that. This time over the screen. This time over the screen. Watching that replay, he goes hard. The ball goes high with a very good projectile. And indeed, it is outside the park. That is Cosmas Chauta striking that ball and continuing to add on to the Warriors' total. This is an afternoon clash between the Bunyonyi Warriors and the Choga Avengers. The Bunyonyi Warriors being on top of the table by end of March, day number 5, and the Choga Avengers sitting in position number 2 on that table. This is the clash that we are seeing. An edge there, and the catch is completed by Aziz. Cosmas Chauta still going hard, but that top edge flying to Fly Gully, where that catch is completed by Aziz. The Bunyonyi Warriors lose their 7th.
Sighting it early, but wanting to go back, just manages the leading edge. And Aziz Tandia once again coming into the fore by running in and picking a routine catch, making it look so easy. Far from easy, because he had to dive to his left while diving forward. And Munir Ismail will have a bit of a grin at the end, because his over had already been worth 15 runs. And he'll feel like that's a very big total, considering the previous 2 overs were worth only 7 runs. 121 for 7 in 16. And because it's the death overs now, last 4 overs of the game, the top bowlers, the opening bowlers, the strike bowlers are always requested to come back and do their work. Ivan Baidu, LeBron, as is popularly known for his basketball antics in the past, will come on from Ginger Road end. It's a quick single. Arijuna Fortunate is the batter in right now. But that was Nero Joffrey picking up that single.
Sounds like there was a flight further. There's a loud appeal from the bowler, the keeper, and the fielders watching that in the replay. But the umpire, Sharon Athwola, had nothing, saw nothing, and therefore nothing is out.
Very easy for us who have the benefit of the replays, I tell you, but in real time, both the wicketkeeper bowler and Miyaji Juma as well as covers were convinced it was a catch.
And indeed, at the second opportunity, a confirmation that that flight, that feather, that nick was actually there. And Ali Juna, fortunate, has to walk back for 0.
I seem to have seen as though the second time he actually hit the ground and that brush of the bat onto the ground, creating that sound, because the second appeal seemed to have been actually a bit doubtful. But to their delight, umpire obliges and says that it was certainly caught behind. There is always the seemingly giveaway sign, the look, when a batter looks at the wicketkeeper immediately that he might have touched that ball.
Complicated passage of play there, losing Chewuta to that catch. And then Ali Juna, fortunate, also caught behind. The Warriors will know that their initial target was 200 runs, but something close to that, 150, maybe is a target that they're able to defend. But the happier party will be the Avengers, because Olipa mentioned that if they restrict them to 150 and below, that total they can change.
I was just about to say good bumper ball, but already adjudged as a wide because it is over the head of Musa Majid. Once again, a classic Bowlers Association welcome. The welcome remarks always includes giving your fellow bowler a bouncer. And Ivan Baidu, not forgetting the rhetoric or the tradition. Unfortunately, it's adjudged as wide. And this time it's a slower bouncer. It will go past the chest of Musa Majid.
Well, Musa attempts to go big, and indeed big is what he gets. He strikes that to the long off region and way above the fielder in Juma Miyaji, and he gets his much needed boundary. Maximum 6 runs.
Musa Majid giving himself room. And Calvin Watu thankfully not injuring himself in that attempt to close off that boundary, the maximum.
Chance for a run out. And there's an overthrow, but Musa Majid calls no and is happy with just the single that they have taken. Bringing an end to the 17th over, the Warriors of Bunyonyi are at 130 for the loss of 8.
Munir Ismail will continue from the shell end. And at 130 for 8, it's almost about 20 to 25 runs away from their target in the remaining 3 overs. And anything closer to 160 will definitely be glorious for the Bunyonyi Warriors. Thankfully, Musa Majid able to get off the mark. He continues to rotate the strike. And Nero Jonathan, who has been there for a while, feels he should be the one to become the aggressor. His timing is still not fully attuned compared to the way Musa Majid is middling it. Probably it's better that they just all keep protecting the strike.
And Musa Majid will continue striking that, but a catch is comfortably taken by Gerald Olipa, who's the captain of the side today, sending back Musa Majid for a quick 8 runs or 4 balls. Watching that replay gives himself a bit of room, but it is wicket time calling, and that catch is completed by Gerald Olipa.
Kasim Adam will be the final wicket. Walking into the middle to join Jonathan Nero. And there is an opportunity here for Chog Avengers to just wrap up the tail.
Getting out of the blocks in an interesting fashion. That ball having an inside edge, rolling away through the back. And of course, Nero Jonathan calls him yes, so that they continue to rotate the strike, but also to pile runs for the team. Beautiful glove work by Cyrus Kakuru. He's been standing up for most of the time in this innings, and he's had clean hands, fast movement, standing up and doing his job very well, executing very, very well. Flowers to Cyrus Kakuru.
Absolutely. Doing a stellar job as a wicketkeeper. He's certainly been there, done the job. And bringing up the end of the 18th, it will be Bunyonyi Warriors at 135, 9 wickets down. Further adjustments to the field. Ivan Baidu feels he doesn't want to add on any single run to his tally, and therefore advantage to Bunyonyi Warriors.
The return catch is not taken by Baidu, who has been laboring much to set up the field, especially in the fine leg region, and he misses his own return catch. Would have been a good cotton balled affair.
Especially a chance to limit the scoring, any further scoring for Bunyonyi Warriors. He has to come back, do it again.
And this time Nero says we will pass down, have a little shimmy down the track, and take the single is enough for us. Would like to shout out to our partners and sponsors for the Great Lakes Men's T20 tournament. Leica Mobile, who is a constant partner. Jibu Water, who is addressing the refreshment side of it, giving us water for all our match days, for all the national team training activities, and we thank them. And for the men's T20 tournament, we have Scope Energy and Raj Progress, all supporting Cricket Uganda and their activities. We'd also like to thank all the fans that have come down to Lugogo Cricket Oval to support the men in this Great Lakes T20 tournament, but also to watch the standard of cricket that is continuing to go up and up and up.
Ivan Baidu, meaning business. It is the penultimate over, arguably the most important over in any T20 affair. At the moment, is winning the little battle of the penultimate over. Bowling to Kasim Adam, who has a lot of support because he's another homeboy here at Lugogo Cricket Oval. And that is bowled, clean bowled. Ivan Baidu has been trying to do exactly that, and he executes, ensuring that Bunyonyi Warriors are all out for 136 runs in 18.4 overs. Just beating him for pace. That ball turning back in from left arm round. And Kasim Adam will have to get off and have an early preparation. Try and help his team defend down that score.
For the match summary, Joseph Baguma blistering 36 of 21 balls, Anas Bake 19 of 9, and Paul Mulongo 17 of 17. With the ball, Ivan Baidu picked 3 wickets for 21 runs in 3.4 overs. Amani Dankeith picked 3 wickets in his allotted 4 overs for 29 runs. And Ismail picked 2 wickets for 27 runs in 4 overs. The Bunyonyi Warriors posting 136, and therefore the Choga Avengers will need 137 from 20 overs at a run rate of 6.85. We will take a break. My name is Naomi Kayondo Bagenda, together with Michael Grace Ndiko, and we will be back after the innings break. Thank you.
Welcome back to the innings. The next innings of the game where the Choga Avengers are looking to chase down 137 to win. Having done a stellar job in limiting the Bunyonyi Warriors, who were seemingly scaling going on after having managed 48 for 2 in the power play. It meant that they were on course, they were headed in the right direction. But right now, it is an opportunity for the Choga Avengers to assail this total and therefore clean up and close up a perfect commanding total on the table logs. Otherwise, I'm not alone in the comms box. Still with me here is none other than herself, the princess, Naomi Kayondo Bagenda. Welcome back, Naomi.
Thank you, Michael. It's good to be back. It was an interesting first innings. Seen a couple of maximums. That makes the T20 exciting. We've seen very many boundaries in the shape of 4 runs. And we've also seen some really good, creative, innovative and cheeky shots, all displayed by the Bunyonyi Warriors. And now the task remains for the Avengers, in whom the captain said anything below 150, they would be able to chase. And they worked their way up to ensure that the Warriors do not get to that 150 mark, ending at 136. So I think that the energy, the enthusiasm to chase this 137 is top of the list for the Avengers.
Interesting indeed analysis there. But what is interesting is in the team, especially in the bowling arsenal returns none other than Choto, meaning fire, Cosmas Chewuta.
Starts that off with a short delivery, but also Lubwama Conrad says, well, the faster you come, the faster you go. As he hits him out of the boundary for 6 runs. Looking at that in the replay, probably from another angle, you see that there was width on offer in that short delivery, and Conrad extended his arms, played that uppercut all the way for 6 runs. Game on. Width still on offer for Conrad. And he plays that to the left of the cover fielder. And that is only saved by Anas Beg. But at the wicket, they run to.
Conrad Lubuam, another interesting prospect within the setup, the high performance setup. At times, just a little slightly unorthodox in his approach. But at the end of the day, it is the impact of his actions that will count. And I'm sure the coaches, the technical bench, they're all watching his option as an opening batter.
Conrad continues to do the business, playing that overcut over those slip fielders. And another boundary on the cards for the Avengers.
Within the arc, just outside the off stump, but Conrad Lubuama stepping forward half-ish a bit, but because he's a bit tall, he's still able to get his bat and enough bat on that to get it over the infield for a boundary.
Interesting observation there. The opening bat for the Choga Avengers in Lubuama Conrad and the opening bowler for the Bunyonyi Warriors in Cosmas Chewuta are all fans of chains. We're seeing that business there. We're seeing their chains hanging out. And we're also seeing a good contest with the ball and bat.
Very well observed. You always a keen eye, Naomi. And what that implies is they are definitely big on their image, big on character. Everyone wants to impose, and this is all good to see. Remember Cosmas Cheuta, such a performer. I remember him bowling out Charmaine Rutherford in the World Cup. That ball was literally steaming through. I feel for Mulongo, that ball must have been 150 clicks.
Rapid is the description. Rapid delivery. In your frame, that short pitched and rapid delivery. All the way for 4 runs.
I feel at my stage in the life at this moment, Mulongo should also have a helmet on, because that ball just whisked over his head. He offered a bit of a delayed action. And Cosmas Cheuta, you must feel what he's feeling now.
Delivery. Conrad got stuck, not certain about moving in front or moving back, but he let it go. Closing off that first over. 16 for naught. A good contest between the ball and bat is what we have seen in this first over. Both players very optimistic about their chances. Conrad using his arms to go at Cosmas, and Cosmas using the ball to go at the batter, trying to intimidate him. And that brings an end to the first over, 16 for naught.
It will be Musa Majid from the shell end. He's bowling to Lutaya Ronald. Lutaya Ronald has had a bit of a quiet campaign this time around. He would like to get going despite of how his team, the Choga Avengers, have performed individually with the bat. He would like to get into the respectable columns of the top order batters, preferably among the top 5 or at least the top 7, 8 batters. Today may just be that day if he's able to pull off a haste of a batting performance today.
Getting out of the blocks in a fashion that is not characteristic of Lutafire. Just nudges that down to point and will quickly take the single. What we see is a right-hand, left-hand combination between Conrad and Ronald. And that means that with that single, the field setup will have to change, because this time the right-hander is the one facing.
Thank you.
A little shimmy down the track on the onside, and they'll continue to rotate strike. The Avengers, but also the Warriors, will continue to change the field setup because of that right hand, left hand combination.
Musa Majid to Ronald Lutaya. Should he stray into the arc of Ronald Lutaya, he will not hesitate, I'm sure. Just nudging it down to third man. He'll be glad and very comfortable rotating the strike, because in the first over, Conrad Lubwama has already done the heavy lifting, picking up that 16 total. In these days, even the umpires are required to be fit, I tell you. Always having to run across evasive action, quick movements. Well done by Athaola Sharon.
Wait.
Conrad Lubwama given a bit of width, and he definitely opens up his arms to cut that away for 4 runs. What a beauty. That kind of shot where no one does move because it has been placed in between two fielders. That is what we are seeing, a display by Lubwama Conrad. This time it is the uppercut. This time it is the uppercut because of that short pitch delivery. Conrad then plays it, deflecting it up for 4 more runs.
Intentional, purposeful, getting it just over the infield. And the rest is the ball will have the legs to run all the way. Another healthy over, thanks to Conrad Lubwama's addition in that particular partnership. It is a whole 12 runs picked up, and that will bring up 28 for 2. I beg your pardon, 28 for no wicket yet after the 2 overs. The Choga Avengers. It's all pressure now on the Bunyonyi Warriors, because at a similar stage, it looks like right now the Bunyonyi Warriors are in a place of bother. 28 for no wicket yet means that going at 14 and over, this game could easily be done and dusted just before the 10th over, thereabout in the 10th over.
Ali Junior fortunate into the bowling attack from the Ginger Road end side. Apologies, Baguma Joseph. And to start off that over, that interesting way of hiding the ball, we've seen the Zimbabwean captain Sikanda Raza do that, and it's a good tactic. I just think that people that discuss spirit of the game to the latter would probably have an issue with it. Michael, what do you think?
I wouldn't want so much to call it spirit of the game, because spirit of cricket is all about mostly your actions and all your thoughts and what you actually are impacting on the opponent. This to me is more of a tactic. Otherwise, even switch hits will now come into question.
Well, Lutafire says whether I can see how that ball is held or not, I will strike that all the way to the boundary, up and over that mid-wicket region. 4 more runs. Lutafire nudges that down to the slip region, and the agile Fred Achelam does have a punch at it, stopping it and ensuring that, you know, there's no rotation in strike. Lutafire continuing to strike that ball on the offside, onside, I beg your pardon, having a little shimmy down the track, but that has the legs to go to the boundary.
Giving himself a room, opening up the leg side and making sure he gets it further away from a Nas Beg at short mid-on for a gap, and he accurately and effectively gets that gap. Another boundary. And with that particular shot, it will force another change in the field, just like Musa Majid was moved to mid-wicket region towards cow corner. Now it is actually Anas Beg will move to long on and Musa Majid will remain in mid-wicket.
The shimmy down the track continues as Lutafire comfortably plays at the to the long on region, allowing them to rotate strike. That goes ahead to bring an end to the third over. The Choga Avengers are 39 for naught.
Suddenly making sure that every over goes for at least above 10 runs. The current run rate is very obvious at 13 and over. The Choga Avengers at this rate would want to be done and dusted below 10 overs and get a superior net run rate because of the impact and effect of winning against the opponent. And suddenly Fred Achelam will ring in some changes sooner rather than later. But in the meantime, Musa Majid returns. It is a boundary because fortunately Junior, third man, was a very fine third man. And this was cut a little squarer by Ronald Lutaya. Just waiting for it, staying leg side of that ball and not trying to hit it hard, but just timing it. Even with that good effort from Ali Junior Fortunate, it is still a boundary. And more pressure on the Bunyonyi Warriors.
Wait. Musa Majid, that youngster, asked to deliver his overs to those fire and star players in Ronald Lutaya and Luwama Conrad. Ronald already at 16 of 10 balls, and Luwama Conrad 22 of 11. The beauty about tournaments like this is that it gives opportunities to the youngsters to appreciate the tempo within which the game is played, to appreciate the standards within which they need to aim at, but to also learn from the senior players, to also learn from other players in that high performance setup. And this time, Ronald Lutaya strikes that vacant deep mid-wicket region for another boundary. Looking at it in that replay, Musa dropped that in Isaac, and he obliged to that. Another boundary to the team total, and Musa will have one more delivery to end his second over. This time Ronald has that top edge that runs down to the third man region, but there is a fielder allowing them to take one, rotating the strike and bringing an end to the fourth over. The Choga Avengers are at 47-48 for naught.
Looking at the passage of play, and it's a wicket. It is indeed the first wicket, and it is that man who has a lot of support right here. Kasim Adam, being supported by his homeboys, is also a product of the Push Academy, run and owned by Jackson Ogwang. As you can see in the replay, he actually literally opens the gate for that ball. Ronald Lutaya trying to whip it to the own side, and the celebration says it all.
Good start for that youngster in Kasim from Push Academy, picking that vital wicket of Lutafire. Ronald, he knows that he has created, his first delivery has created a lot of impact on the proceedings of the Choga Avengers. And as is being yelled by his personal supporters, to Chakola, to mean that there's still more work to be done. Interesting way to support a homeboy from the academy. With the dismissal of Ronald Lutafire, Gerald Olipa walks in.
He lines it up very well. Tall, lanky fellows, full extension of those long arms. He sends it to the boundary. Remember, Gerald Olipa, he is also a product of that Push Academy. Those are the members of the Push Academy. And that means, yes, they might be supporting their gentleman in, indeed, Gerald Olipa, but as well, there is Kasim Adam. Interesting dynamics for the youngsters here.
Inside edge. That turn and bounce delivery by Kasim, getting Lubama a bit bothered, confused. Ball going through his legs. And that is what the youngster has to offer in terms of magic, in terms of impact. But in your frame are two good friends there. Steve Tikolo, the legend from Kenya, and Lawrence Sematimba, legend from Uganda. Very key with the bat in their eras. Lumaba rocks back to play. Kasim, who has been troubling him the whole time. And this time he leaves it hanging in the mid-on region, finding the safe hands of Cosmas Chewuta, who completes that catch. And it brings the second wicket for the Choga Avengers.
Dropping it a little short. Too close for comfort. At the end of the day, simple routine catch to Cosmas Chewuta Choto. It is the spinners that are now doing the job for the Bunyonyi Warriors. Currently at 53 for 2 after 4.4 overs. Remember, this over began when the score was at 48 for no. So suddenly, there is a change into the complexion of the game as the Choga Avengers are already 2 down.
Lubama Conrad is sent packing after scoring 22 runs of 12 balls. And with that dismissal, brings in Calvin Watua at number 4. Starts off the proceedings with a miss. But that brings an end to the 5th over. The Choga Avengers are at 53 for the loss of 2 wickets after 5.
Leg. Center. Thank you.
The faster you come, the faster you go. Cosmas Chewuta has been brought from the Shellen side with an anticipation in the change of fortunes. But Olipa Gerald is very comfortable playing that pace. And that strike has the legs all the way to the boundary.
That was really set up there. It was sitting up, waiting for the hitting. And good treatment, accurate treatment. Gerald Olipa not afraid to take action and responsibility, especially today that he is the captain of the Choga Avengers. The lanky fellow will say, yes, you are quick. Yes, you can bounce that ball. But he also knows how to play a big innings. Having made his debut earlier in the year in Windhoek Namibia in that series tournament is growing in confidence, Gerard Olipa.
The wisdom in bowling that Cosmas is also exhibiting is knowing that he's bowling to an equally tall player and he yokes him earlier, and Olipa is able to see that very fast and adjust. I think that the contest this afternoon, as we had predicted right from the start of the morning game, is that it would be a very close one and an interesting one. Would like to shout out to our partners and sponsors, Leica Mobile, Jibu Water, who are our refreshment partners, and Scope Energy, Raji Gas Pro, who have done a great work in ensuring that they partner and sponsor with Cricket Uganda in organization of this Great Lakes Men's T20 tournament.
Much appreciated. Whenever you have people of goodwill and good fortune coming alongside you, you can always accomplish so much more, because together we are stronger. And what an execution. Who would have known that it would only be the slower bowlers, the spinners, that would take the day?
In your frame, that replay, slower delivery, and Calvin hands it back to Cosmas Cheuta. Very soft dismissal. Cotton ball there for Calvin Watua, who has to be sent backing.
Calvin Watua's woes in the tournament continue. Having been rested yesterday, returning in the side today, very soft dismissal. He would certainly feel very cross with himself, but such is the nature of the game. Sometimes you win, other times you lose. And I know you'll go back to the drawing board, because that was basically a matter of awareness, playing for pace, and instead is beaten by the slower pace. Cosmas Cheuta would be glad to pick up his first for the day, as Calvin Watua didn't trouble the scorers at all. Cyrus Kakuru, the man in.
Cosmas Cheuta desiring to welcome Cyrus in that pace bowler's way, but that inside edge by Cyrus. That by when Cyrus was facing just allowed them to take the single, and he will have to get his bat onto that ball in the next rotation, maybe.
Sometimes as a batter, you have that look, whether it's a guilty look or so, but the run seemed to have thought that there was a bit of some bat into that ball. But he's, at the end of the day, given an opportunity to still wait to score. And the way the wicketkeeper and the bowlers and the fielders reacted, it felt like it was a chance of a catch let down by Paul Mulongo. But that will bring up the end to the power play. And it is Cosmas Cheuta concluding with just the 2 runs off this particular over. It is Choga Avengers at 61 for 3 after 6 overs. The power play period is always easily the most sensitive time of an innings. Tell me, Naomi, what was the scenario? What are the comparisons? What speaks into the picture and how does this impact on the game at the moment?
Michael, the Bunyonyi Warriors were at 48 for the loss of 3 wickets after 6 overs at the end of that power play. And they had lost those vital wickets of the top order. On the contrary, the Choga Avengers, who are defending, who are chasing 137, are at 61 for the loss of 3 wickets at the end of the power play. You can see that they are 12 runs ahead, and the run rate that they are operating with is 10 runs and over, which I think points them in a good, puts them in a good position to be able to chase down this score. But of course, if they continue to lose wickets, the passage of play becomes a bit complicated. But if this partnership of Cyrus Kakuru and Olipa Gerald stays in for another 7 overs, I think that would bring the game close.
Indeed, ideal situation for the Choga Avengers to continue their dominance in this tournament. And Cyrus Kakuru yesterday, of course, scoring his 50 of about 39 balls meant that he's feeling like he's in the form for the tournament. At least he's finally found his form. He will have to rely on his captain for the day, Gerald Olipa, to put up such a formidable partnership today if they want to sail across that 137. Probably spoke too early. Others call it a commentator's curse. Maybe a prompting. But the wicket goes to Kasim Adam. He's the man of the hour, man of the moment, picking up that LBW. And it is pitched up, and that ball just has a shed back towards the middle stump with that leg spin action. Gets the thigh of Kakuru Cyrus, and that dreaded finger from Sharon Athaula, very experienced umpire for Uganda. She obliges and says, yes, it is a dismissal for LBW. And suddenly, that is all that the Bunyonyi Warriors need to do. Just keep getting the wickets.
The wheels look like they are starting to come off for the Choga Avengers. Another soft dismissal there for Cyrus Kakuru, who looked to have been able to partner with Gerald Olipa to build that partnership that could sail the Avengers home. But the task continues. Jima Miyaji, captain of the side in this tournament, has to join the captain of the day, Gerald Olipa, to front load if they are to chase down those remaining 73 runs from 13.1 balls, 13.1 overs. And Juma gets out of the blocks immediately with a little shimmy down the track on the onside, bringing an end to the 7th over. The Choga Avengers are 65 for 4. Juma Miyaji gets that single, bringing an end to the 7th over. The Choga Avengers are 65 for the loss of 4 wickets. Some of the fans, Jasmine and umpires in Shama, who are all here to watch the proceedings of the Great Lakes Men's T20 tournament. Umpire dressed in red kamya, also here to witness the level and class of cricket displayed by the gentlemen in this Great Lakes T20 tournament. Juma Miyaji strikes that into the Cooper Chimney Restaurant terrace. I tell you, Michael, these restaurant people need to be warned that a T20 tournament is being played here and the boys are striking that ball hard all over the park. 6 runs onto the total. Nero Jonathan delivers that with pace off, but had also seen what the batter in Juma Miyaji was going to do. Touch and go, soft hands and go. And he tried to race him down, but he didn't pick up that first time and missed the run out. But this is the kind of athleticism that you want, the kind of competition that you want to see. And all that is here on match day number 6. But also to remind us that there are 4 more match days coming up in this Great Lakes Men's T20 tournament. Stand tall and deliver is what Olipa is displaying here. That Jonathan delivery that is with a bit of pace off. He just maintains that straight position and works that through the vacant deep cover region to get another 4 runs. Chance for a catch as Olipa is still delivering with that straight up, stand up tall position. Striking that to the mid-wicket region. But Baguma Joseph patrolling that boundary allows them to take only the 1. Michael, the Avengers already passed that halfway mark in the chase with 7.4 overs down. If they maintain this momentum, how does it look like in another 5-6 overs?
Well, interestingly, initially it looked like they wanted to chase down the total within 10 overs. Then it became 12 overs. At the moment, you could say, yes, they are halfway the stage, having used halfway of the resources. So it is only fair to give them another 7 overs maybe to try and close out, because it seems they are only going with one game plan of maximizing the net run rate.
So, Michael, you're telling us in 15 overs, we should have a result, and Miyaji plays that with a bit of soft hands, falling in that vacant region. Obuya, the guilty party, not making that much effort to get to the ball. We'll definitely look at that replay. We'll definitely look at that replay. But in the meantime, there's medical assistance. The physio has run on to just ensure that Robinson is fine.
Leading edge from Juma Miyaji's blade. Strong running in from Robinson, but that awkward landing. He seems to turn his ankle. He's a tough fellow. These guys, it's as though they are made of metal, iron. He gets up slightly, but he's moving. And that is encouraging to see. Others right in front of the head coach. Worries and concerns of fitness would come in. But that has brought up the end to the 8th over. It is 79 for 4. Chog Avengers. Easy single taken, rotating the strike. He's the man having the responsibility today. Juma Miyaji on the other end, he's already began hitting huge ones. Another big swing of the bat, but it is just another single. Looks like responsibility tends to bring out the best in everyone. Tell me, Naomi, how is that impacting on the young man, Gerald Olipa? I know he's been a captain before for the under-19. How about today?
Olipa being handed the captaincy for the day today, I think that creates that shape and form of responsibility that at some point has to be embodied. However, speaking of the captain himself, call it commentator's curse, because the top edge from Oliver just flies to that point region. And this time, Robinson Obuya takes the catch, completes the catch.
Seems to go for the big hit, trying to go over extra cover. And the result is a very demonstrative and elaborate completion of the catch from Robo.
In your frame there is the one Amami, a star of the Tornado Bees Cricket Club, with her friend, together with part of that Indian fraternity, all here to watch, enjoy the game of cricket, support the teams as they continue to contest and compete against each other in the Great Lakes Men's T20 tournament.
Well, I will not relent with my thought and line of thought, Naomi, but now that Gerard Olipa is gone, it looks like it is the usual captain remaining to take on the responsibility, and another young, exciting player in Munir Ismail. But how is this impacting on Juma Miyaji, choosing to first step aside and mentor the young man in Gerard Olipa? How is that impacting on his performance today?
Of course, relinquishing part of his responsibility to the young man in Olipa gives him a certain percentage of freedom to express himself, to, go out there and play in a way that would not be attached to anything, leadership or captaincy. But of course, seeing that Olipa has been dismissed with the bat, he's now got to shoulder that responsibility and find a way to sail his team home with a win.
Very well said indeed. And I'm saying he didn't actually bowl today. Could it be that maybe it's a bit of some fitness concerns? Again, it speaks to his character. He's still willing to put his body on the line for the team.
With the exposure that Juma Miyaji has, even having been to the Gulf and bowling to the Stars there, I think that he's appreciated an aspect about teamwork, sacrificing for the good of the team, and that's why we stay him here, even when he's still not able to bowl for his team. But that brings an end to the 9th over. And the Choga Avengers are at 82 for the loss of 5 wickets. Baguma Joseph coming in from the Shellen side. And Michael's line of thought is that if a bowler is coming in with that ball holding, the hand is hidden behind, it's not much to question. Clearly standing on the fence, but the cricket continues. The cricket continues, and the task is on the batters to identify the ball and hit the ball.
I think likewise the fair thing would have been if someone is going to switch hit, they should also switch hit or switch their stance before you actually deliver the ball, not waiting in your delivery stride.
Very good opinions there. And the Choga Avengers require 55 runs from 63 balls. Of course, very possible. The equation has become even much easier. But that wickets column is the challenge. Michael believes in another 7 overs, now would be about 6. This should be match and set and done. But the Avengers have that uphill task of scoring another 54 runs.
And indeed, because they've lost Gerard Olipa, it changes the equation, just tricks the game around. Instead of 7 overs, it could actually be another 8, so to speak. So the game is still on, and it could go a little further. Yes, 136 wasn't such a high score, but suddenly, because of the wickets that Bunyonyi Warriors are picking up at every often, they have an opportunity here. And with the close of the 10th at the halfway stage, it is 82 for 5, Choga Avengers.
A hard strike by Juma Miyaji, sounding very good off the bat, communicating power and confidence in the shot. Striking that down to the long off region for the one, and while at it, wicket time as Munir strikes that to the short cover region into the safe hands of Fred Achelam. And Kasim, the youngster from Push Academy, picks the 4th wicket.
It is turning away, his leg spin gentle, turning away from, it's a 5 indeed. I was just waiting for that graphic to confirm it, but what a catch. Fred Achelam placing himself in the rightful position. Well done to young Kasim Adam.
The second 5 of the tournament, we saw one in the morning taken by Matthew Musinguzi of the Victoria Strikers. 4 wickets for 12 runs. 5 wickets for 12 runs in his allotted 4 overs. And we are seeing Kasim, who still has 4 balls to deliver, having picked 5 wickets and conceding 13 runs.
I tell you, Naomi, a 5 in only 24 balls available is such an amazing display of acumen in bowling. And all the flowers have to be given to this young man, Kasim Adam. No wonder he's had a very good following. His mates from the Push Academy have been clapping for him. But still, his 5 may be on a losing cause today. Unless if the Bunyonyi Warriors are able to get the rest of the 4 wickets left. Because it is Dan Keith Amani, that man that bowled well for the Choga Avengers, joining Juma Miyaji in the middle. And we all know how Juma Miyaji can clear the boundaries. It's only the 54 runs left. But what if, just what if, Kasim Adam is able to even go one higher? What a story that would be. Juma Miyaji showing a lot of experience. Machaz is shadowing, having that his thought could have been to hit a six. He allows respect to the young man by giving him a well left and a dot to complete. Very instructive and informative figures. Five only 14 runs from the allotted 4 overs. Well done, young Kasim Adam. Total now is 84 for 6 after 11 overs. And the other end will be another exciting spinner coming on, returning in Joseph Benjamin Baguma to try and also snare up a wicket.
And the work definitely continues. The passage of play has changed as the Avengers continue to lose those vital wickets. The partnerships are not holding anymore, and that puts them in a tricky position with just the required 53 runs. But that wickets column is where the danger is. Kithamani and Juma Miyaji, the ones now for the Avengers to carry the weight for the team if they are to cross over that finishing line.
Several dot balls there being strung together by Joseph Benjamin Baguma. More pressure on the Choga Avengers. It's a bit of miscommunication because Dan Kithabani thought that was a single. Juma Miyaji doesn't agree. And Joseph Benjamin Baguma will enjoy his little moment in the match. He reinforces the offside, meaning that he'll probably go for more of that ball that drops and turns away from the right-hand batter for the rest of the last couple of balls in the over. It's another dot ball. This is such an amazing performance from the Nyonyi Warriors. They are really worrying at this. Already 5 dot balls in the over. And call that a clean played maiden. 12th over maiden. Can you imagine that?
Very good bowling display by Joseph Baguma. Getting that maiden, but also quieting the Avengers batters with the loss of wickets and then having a maiden go by. The Avengers are getting into a tricky position. Require 53 from 8 overs.
It is 84 for 6 after 12, and that is the complexion the Choga Avengers find themselves in. Trying to chase down Bunyonyi Warriors 136. And by the look of this game, it is a bit of mix and matches, trying to go slower and slower because suddenly Fred Achelam recognizes that his slower bowlers have been doing the job. And it is now Anasbeg requested to come through. What impact does this have on the game right now? Especially, what impact does it have on the Choga Avengers in their quest to try and reach this total they are chasing out, Naomi?
The Avengers batters looked much more comfortable with pace. The spinners have asked many more questions of the Avengers batters, and they have not responded successfully. So I think introduction of Anas Beg even complicates the equation more. And this time Juma Miyaji goes big downtown, and we are seeing another maximum. Strikes that with confidence, strikes that with power, and it sounds good off the bat.
He had already made up his mind because that first dot ball was very telling, and anything he was going to see, Juma Miyaji knows that there is now need to find boundaries from now on. And I tell you, this kind of field set that Fred HLM is going for, a bit of covering, both extra cover and long off. Juma Miyaji will swing that blade, that willow, with such power, with such bat speed, that I tell you, even if a fly was nearby, it would lose its life.
Good insights. What we are seeing, though, is the constant change in the field setup, as now covers is sent to extra cover, and then square leg, deep square leg is brought in to continue to cover that onside. But Juma Miyaji says, well, I will hit it on the onside since you have packed the offside. And he bisects through the long on and the cow corner fielders.
What a show of power. Juma Miyaji just getting his left foot out of the way, opening up the onside, and sends that across. It's another boundary, and he knows he will need a couple of boundaries each over from now. It is a touch, a faint touch. And the young man in Anas Beg is definitely picked up a wicket.
Wicket time for the Bunyonyi Warriors as Juma Miyaji, his blistering knock of 20 off 9, goes begging that faint touch, held and confined by Molongo, the wicket keeper, sends Anas Beg into celebration. That was loud, that was clear, and the Avengers lose their 7th wicket.
Suddenly, the match is on the cards now. Bunyonyi Warriors, they may have wanted 180 to 190. They only managed 136. But in defense of their total, they are suddenly now in a bit of a good bargaining position, closer to a commanding position now, because suddenly it is just the 3 wickets left for the Chog Avengers. That is all that's needed. The advertising boards and that particular display, the alphabet, powered all the way through for this live stream. It's all happening today. It is the Great Lakes Men's T20 Cup. And I tell you, there's excitement all over. And now suddenly it is the bowlers brigade required to come to the fore, as Ivan Baidu will have to face off. Facing off does he.
Chance for a dismissal at that first ball faced by Baidu, but it sneaks away and it allows them to take a single, getting Baidu out of the blocks with that one, but also bringing an end to the 13th over. The Choga Avengers are at 93 for the loss of 7 wickets.
Well, at some point, by the 4th over, it was 44 I beg your pardon, 48 runs for naught in the 4th over. And now by the 13th over, it is 93 for 7. Ultimately just adding on the 49 runs for a loss of 7 wickets. Chog Avengers.
Turn and bounce is that business for Joseph Baguma. Asking Baidu the questions, the tough questions. And indeed, because of those questions, we can see Achelam changing that field setup, coming to slips. So is Abus coming to slips and trying to get to apply more pressure to the Avengers batters, care of Baguma's deliveries.
Well, my arithmetic was just a little upgraded. Actually, they've added on the 45 runs in those 9 overs for the loss of 7 wickets. And that's why this game has changed. It's such a fast-paced game now.
Soft hands, touch and go are the options left for Dan Keith and Ivan, who are on that wicket, requiring another 42 runs from 39 balls.
It is Ivan Baidu doing the heavy lifting now, being surrounded by every dark blue shot. And Ivan Baidu has the knack to find the gaps because the fielders have come within the 15 yards. He can just go over them.
Interesting mind work here. The blue shirts have surrounded him and he plays it just over one of them. It's interesting to see these Warriors fielders also having a laugh because they planned to trap him and he has played over their trap.
It's becoming a game of chess.
Bringing an end to the 14th over, the Choga Avengers are at 96 for the loss of 7 wickets.
It's a nice bag. Suddenly now, he considers that he's a campaigner as a bowler as well, having picked up the prized wicket of Juma Miyagi in just his first over. Suddenly his tail is up and he says he wants to complete the job. He's given another offer to continue with this his second over from Fred Achelam, and suddenly there is an opportunity to pick a wicket, or at least keep the batters quiet. Once again, the Bunyonyi Warriors are coming closer to Ivan Baidu, who will continue rotating the strike in a unique manner, his own way. Two quick dot balls from Anas Beg. He's suddenly putting more pressure, applying pressure to the batters.
By doing that, exactly what the bowlers will do to strike the ball as hard as possible, Keep rotating that strike. Michael, one of my coaches once told me that bowlers will bring you close, but might never help you cross that line. Oh, and a beautiful catch is taken by Freda Chelam. Wicked time. Dan Keith Amani nudges that to the slips. And the waiting, safe hands of Freda Chelam complete that catch. What a beautiful catch taken by Freda Chelam. Another one on the cards for Anas Beg. Celebration time, because it is wicked time.
He's kept asking those questions, nudging it closer. It's a thick edge. But Freda Chelam, a wicket keeper himself, he celebrates, saying that he's able to find the catches even when they seem out of nothing. Adam Kasim there, the celebration partner. And suddenly, the game is on for the cards. Bunyonyi Warriors suddenly have played their best cards at the end. And looks like in the card of Anas Baig, suddenly the game is possible, because right now the Chog Avengers first of all need to find 3 figures. And suddenly the whole game turning on its own head. It is Bunyonyi Warriors in the ascendance. And you do mention that bowlers will always bring you closer and closer, but never deliver the goods. I wonder why that is, but I think it was simply an appreciation and encouragement for the batters. Another one darted in by Anas Beg. Another darted in, and I tell you, Anas Beg would definitely make a very interesting proposition for a bowler. Certainly in his game, he's well known as a batter, but in the difficult circumstances right now, he's called upon to come through as a bowler to save the day, and that has brought up the end of the 15th over. It is 97 for 8. Freda Chelam recognizing that the slower bowlers have done the job for him, and he doesn't need to change or try to reinvent the wheel. He still brings on another possible bowler. I would be unfair to call him a part-timer, but certainly not your go-to bowler. And that is Fortunate Ali Jr., more of known for his batting. But right now it is the bowling duties that are calling for everyone to bring their hands and put up their hands and say they can do the job for the team. So Fortunate Ali Jr., Shelen, Ivan Baidu the batter. Will he fend this off as well? Much slower this time from Fortunate Ali Jr. Tempting for Ivan Baidu to try and go for glory. Can he hit sixes?
The captain in Freda Chelam. And that's another dismissal. Wicked time. As that is contacted by Baidu Ivan, and the catch is completed by Freda Chelam.
Interestingly, I would want to know whether that ball in particular was an LBW, or was it off the bat to the feet, the shoe? Was it from the bat to the shoe and finally catch, or was it an LBW? That remains to be seen. Yes, this is a more accurate angle, the reverse, the straightforward angle. It could have been an inside edge to the shoe all through to Fred Achelam. Yes, that is the angle that would be most appropriate to tell what really happened. Of course, the concern would be whether it actually was grounded fast, but we don't have the benefit of Sneeko and all those other high-tech applications. And at the end of the day, in the spirit of the game, Ivan Baidu will have to walk, even though he's not so impressed. Neither was his dugout convinced. But the part-timer, fortunately, Junior, doing the job. Chance of a run.
Run out. And that is fumbled by the captain, the excited captain in Fred Achelam. Clearly, they are now hungry to finish things off.
Yeah, it has always been coming because that was definitely miscommunication. And Fred Achelam in his mind had already thrown that ball.
Aziz gets out of the blocks, striking that down to the square leg, fine leg region. And they are able to take 2 runs out of the blocks already with that 2. Great fielding shift by Anas Beg, throwing his body on the line for his team, saving that boundary.
That will always land in no man's land. And that is always the interesting proposition that some of the bowlers will give you. Aziz Tandia is the man trying to go for baby sixes. At least he will still pick up the run, the singles. Richard Agamire, he can bat, he can hold his bat, but you're asking for too much from him. If you want him to win for you right now, the game. 36 from 24 balls is a big ask. It is 101 because with that couple of runs, it brought up the 3 figures for the Choga Veggies. 101 for 9 in 16 overs.
Going hard, going big, but that doesn't go anywhere, as that only gets the height, but not the distance. And Aziz is dismissed with that catch that is completed by the Bunyonyi Warriors, bringing a close to the second innings. The Choga Avengers ending on a 101. All out. And the Bunyonyi Warriors win this encounter by 35 runs. To remind us, the Bunyonyi Warriors posted a total of 136. And the Avengers have fallen short by 30 runs. 35 runs. Looking at the match summary, Joseph Paguma blistering 36 of 21, Anas Beg 19 of 9 balls, Paul Mulongo 17 of 17, and with the ball, Ivan Baidu picked 3 wickets, conceded 21 runs in 3.4. Amandan Keith picked 3 wickets, conceded 29 in his allotted 4, and Ismail Munir conceded 27, picked up 2 wickets in his allotted 4 overs. For the Choga Avengers innings, Conrad Lubwama, a blistering 22 runs of 13 balls. Ronald Lotaya, 21 of 14. Juma Miyaji, 20 of 13. And with the ball, the Warriors, Adam Keith, fiver, picks the second fiver of the day, conceding 14 runs in his allotted 4. Anas Beg picks 3 wickets, conceding only 10 runs in 2.1 overs. And Fortunate picking 1 wicket, conceding 4 runs in that 1 over that he bowled. The Bunyonyi Warriors win the game by 35 runs. I have been Naomi Kayondo Bagenda in the commentary box, together with the production team that has brought you all the dynamics of this game for the streaming, and my colleague Grace Maikondiko will be with us at the post-match presentation. Please stay online and watch the post-match presentation and how the match day 6 has come to an end. This afternoon encounter, the Bunyonyi Warriors won by 35 runs. Stay tuned and have a good evening.
Welcome back. It is the post-match this evening right here at the Lugogo Cricket Oval. We've had a thrilling, exciting match at the very end between the Bunyonyi Warriors and the Chog Avengers. At the end of the day, the best team on the day took the win. And before we go any further into the game, it has been a rather low-scoring game, 136 by the Bunyonyi Warriors, and finally Chog Avengers just falling short to reach that total. And I would like to invite the captain of Chog Avengers just to have a conversation. Yes, not the kind of result you expected. What do you think went differently, and what do you think could have helped you to win the game?
Yeah, for me, I think we started off the first inning on a high. We got quick early wickets in there, but we managed to get them below our target we wanted. But then in the second innings, we gave away our wickets after getting a quick start from Conrad Luboama and Lutaya. But we didn't manage to chip in the middle overs. We quite gave away easy wickets, and we'll build on that. And maybe for the batters, we have to take more responsibility on the crease and take the game through.
It was quite a challenge for you. Of course, Juma Miyaji just giving you the encouragement and the mentorship, but you were the captain of the day. How much was that impacting in your leadership for the day?
Yeah, for me, it's hard to take in the loss as the captain, but I think every day I don't see a loss as a what? I don't see a loss, I see a lesson. So we'll build on that and come back in the next game strong.
Very well said, and wishing you all the best in the rest of the games.
Thank you.
That's Gerald Olipa, the captain of the Chog Avengers. And I would like to have a chat with the captain, Bunyonyi Warriors, the warrior himself, Fred Achelam. A bit of a smile on your face. Sorry, it's very calm.
Yeah, we've gone back to the winning strides again, and I'm really proud of the boys. Came back strong, and they're really showing a bit of responsibility, even with the intensity, even with the tired bodies. The energies are running low, but yeah, it's good to see the boys putting up their hands there and doing a very good job.
In the defense of the run, already going at 12 and over by the fourth over, 48 for no. What did you do differently to start picking up the wickets?
I believe it's one of the processes to be followed. The results are really secondary. You look for wickets, that is where you're going to be pounded. But we kept hitting the hard length. We kept hitting the hard length for them to clear, and it really worked to our advantage. Like I'd said earlier, we have a very good score. It's not going to be easy in the evening later to come and just swing around and get away with it. And I'm really proud of the young boy Kasim getting a fiver off this game, and it really looked very good. He followed the process, follow the team plans, and it worked to our advantage.
Congratulations again on the win, and all the best in the rest of your game.
All right, thank you. Cheers.
Thank you very much, Captain Fred Achelam there. And before going to the play of the match, it was such an exciting and all-round performance. But to give out the player of the match award, on behalf of Raj Gaspro, Mr. Abi Nobat, the umpire, would you please take the stage? And of course, taking up the play of the match, none other than the young Kasim Adam, 5 for 14 in his allotted 4 overs. Congratulations to you, Kasim. It includes also an envelope from Raj. Thank you very much, Mr. Abi Nobat. So, Kasim, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling very happy because it has been a long time without getting 5 wickets, and I feel very happy for it. And I only thank my captain for telling me to stick the ball in the middle stump. That's why I was able to get the 5 wickets.
Would you like to dedicate this particular performance to anyone?
I like dedicate it to my sister and my mother.
Wow, well done. Congratulations to you, Kasim, and all the best. Enjoy your prize as well. And that is it for the day today. It has been Bunyonyi Warriors against Chog Avengers, and the person who has taken the day has been Bunyonyi Warriors. Want to say thank you so much from us here. It is on behalf of the production team. Thank you.